an intelligent smart commute solution for women employees took shape in the form of She Shuttles. Equipped with CCTV cameras, a mobile app with a panic button for every passenger, and a woman security guard to ensure that women reach their destination safely. SCSC is proud to be associated with globally recognized cybersecurity professionals who are striving towards making societies safe and secure. SCSC's focus on women's safety was amplified with the launch of its flagship program, Margdarshak. The program aims to create an army of volunteers who will guide the survivors of domestic violence, harassment, and online abuse by offering emotional support. The SCSC cybersecurity conclaves brought these professionals and thought leaders together to share insights on cybersecurity and privacy, thus providing an immense learning experience. An annual Women's Conclave in 2019 has put Cyberabad ahead in the endeavor of building a safe ecosystem for the greater good of its people. The nationwide lockdown in 2020 brought all the business activities to a halt. However, SCSC, in active collaboration with Cyberabad Police, has set up business continuity processes to ensure no business suffered during the testing times, be it IT/ITES or any other sector which served essential services to citizens. Through the COVID-19 control room, SCSC coordinated the issuance of passes for essential goods and services in the IT, healthcare and pharma industries. SCSC and Cyberabad Police was first to join hands with Thalassemia Sickle Cell Society and Indian Red Cross Society to initiate blood donation camps for the benefit of the women who migrate to the city from various parts of the country to work and live. SCSC launched a 21-minute e-learning module called Safety Awareness. Sangha Mitra, a friend in community, a program aimed at enabling interventions within communities for the distressed. Following its successful stint of 15 years as an organization working for the benefit of the IT/ITES industry, in 2020, SCSC expanded its horizons to other sectors, namely pharma, manufacturing, infrastructure, healthcare and hospitality. SCSC proved to be a vital collaborator and enhanced the public-private partnership. It stood as a reason for the formation of RK8C and HCSC by impacting citizens and industries on a higher scale, one that can be emulated by all states and cities. The most meaningful way to achieve this is by helping others succeed. And for that, we are always glad to shoulder the cause and support other cities in this endeavor. The year 2021 is a landmark for SCSC as it enters the 15th year of impacting the citizens of Cyberabad positively, while working in close collaboration with all its stakeholders, thereby ensuring a peaceful community and a safer Mana Telangana for the generations to come. Hyderabad, a cultural extravaganza known as the Pearl City of India, is now witnessing tremendous growth in all sectors. The city made by its people and their rich tradition weaves a story in itself. The government of Telangana, with its progressive vision, has been successful in driving a holistic development agenda by creating a vibrant IT hub in Hyderabad, fostered by a safe environment, because of which the IT hub became home to many multinationals. While the growth of the IT/ITES industry has placed Hyderabad on the world map, there is another story that has been a nerve center to uphold the heritage by constantly striving to keep the city safe and secure from all distress. It is the story of Society for Cyberabad Security Council, set up as a collaboration of Cyberabad Police and representatives from the IT industry. SCSC paved a roadmap of peace and harmony against the threat, particularly against women, making Hyderabad a safe IT destination. Since its inception in 2006, SCSC soon became the pillar of security in Cyberabad, and what followed after is an impeccable journey. Women's safety, road safety, cyber security, and infrastructure security have been the focus areas for SCSC for a safe and secure ecosystem. To start with, SCSC provided QRT vehicles to help in patrolling vulnerable areas in the IT corridor during the initial days and reached out for a quick help in distress situations. More than 250 high-end IP CCTV cameras were installed at key vantage points to monitor the length and breadth of Cyberabad IT corridor for deterrence of crime and swift execution of investigations. By 2010, SCSC had set up a network of cameras that ensure continuous recording by mapping the various IT companies' peripheral cameras facing the roads. Features like artificial intelligence, video analytics, and facial recognition are being explored to seamlessly identify anything that puts human life in jeopardy. Prioritizing road safety objectives, SCSC designed and conducted exclusive sessions to sensitize cab drivers on following traffic rules and social etiquettes to encourage good driving practices. Envisioning the safety of women as the top priority, SCSC started the Women's Forum to empower the women employees in Cyberabad. Sessions highlighting real-life case studies of women who stood up and raised their voice against injustice were conducted to create awareness. Applauded by industry, government, and society, traffic volunteering, the signature initiative of the Traffic Forum of SCSC, was started in the year 2013. With a handful of volunteering IT employees, has now become a movement. With the motto that every citizen contributes to driving change in Hyderabad, SCSC brought together all stakeholders under the umbrella of responsibility to drive a 90-minute awareness program showcasing road safety. SCSC's initiative of launching an intelligent smart commute solution for women employees took shape in the form of She Shuttles, equipped with CCTV cameras, a mobile app with a panic button for every passenger, and a woman security guard to ensure that women reach their destination safely. SCSC is proud to be associated with globally recognized cybersecurity professionals who are striving towards making societies safe and secure. SCSC's focus on women's safety was amplified with the launch of its flagship program, Margdarshak. The program aims to create an army of volunteers who will guide the survivors of domestic violence, harassment, and online abuse by offering emotional support. The SCSC cybersecurity conclaves brought these professionals and thought leaders together to share insights on cybersecurity and privacy, thus providing an immense learning experience. An annual Women's Conclave in 2019 has put Cyberabad ahead in the endeavor of building a safe ecosystem for the greater good of its people. The nationwide lockdown in 2020 brought all the business activities to a halt. However, SCSC, in active collaboration with Cyberabad Police, has set up business continuity processes to ensure no business suffered during the testing times, be it IT/ITES or any other sector which served essential services to citizens. Through the COVID-19 control room, SCSC coordinated the issuance of passes for essential goods and services in the IT, healthcare and pharma industries. SCSC and Cyberabad Police was first to join hands with Thalassemia Sickle Cell Society and Indian Red Cross Society to initiate blood donation camps for the benefit of the women who migrate to the city from various parts of the country to work and live. SCSC launched Hyderabad, A cultural extravaganza known as the Pearl City of India is now witnessing tremendous growth in all sectors. The city made by its people and their rich tradition weaves a story in itself. The government of Telangana, with its progressive vision, has been successful in driving a holistic development agenda by creating a vibrant IT hub in Hyderabad, fostered by a safe environment, because of which the IT hub became home to many multinationals. While the growth of the ITS industry has placed Hyderabad on the world map, there is another story that has been a nerve center to uphold the heritage by constantly striving to keep the city safe and secure from all distress. It is the story of Society for Cyberabad Security Council, set up as a collaboration of Cyberabad police and representatives from the IT industry. SCSC paved a roadmap of peace and harmony against the threat, particularly against women, making Hyderabad a safe IT destination. Since its inception in 2006, SCSC soon became the pillar of security in Cyberabad, and what followed after is an impeccable journey. Women's safety, road safety, cyber security, and infrastructure security have been the focus areas for SCSC for a safe and secure ecosystem. To start with, SCSC provided QRT vehicles to help in patrolling vulnerable areas in the IT corridor during the initial days and reached out for a quick help in distress situations. More than 250 high-end IP CCTV cameras were installed at key vantage points to monitor the length and breadth of Cyberabad IT corridor for deterrence of crime and swift execution of investigations. By 2010, SCSC had set up a network of cameras that ensure continuous recording by mapping the various IT companies' peripheral cameras facing the roads. Features like artificial intelligence, video analytics, and facial recognition are being explored to seamlessly identify anything that puts human life in jeopardy. Prioritizing road safety objectives, SCSC designed and conducted exclusive sessions to sensitize cab drivers on following traffic rules and social etiquettes to encourage good driving practices. Envisioning the safety of women as the top priority, SCSC started the Women's Forum to empower the women employees in Cyberabad. Sessions highlighting real-life case studies of women who stood up and raised their voice against injustice were conducted to create awareness. Applauded by industry, government, and society, traffic volunteering, the signature initiative of the Traffic Forum of SCSC, was started in the year 2013. With a handful of volunteering IT employees, has now become a movement. With the motto that every citizen contributes to driving change in Hyderabad, SCSC brought together all stakeholders under the umbrella of responsibility to drive a 90-minute awareness program showcasing road safety. SCSC's initiative of launching an intelligent smart commute solution for women employees took shape in the form of She Shuttles, equipped with CCTV cameras, a mobile app with a panic button for every passenger, and a woman security guard to ensure that women reach their destination safely. SCSC is proud to be associated with globally recognized cybersecurity professionals who are striving towards making societies safe and secure. SCSC's focus on women's safety was amplified with the launch of its flagship program, Margdarshak. The program aims to create an army of volunteers who will guide the survivors of domestic violence, harassment, and online abuse by offering emotional support. The SCSC cybersecurity conclaves brought these professionals and thought leaders together to share insights on cybersecurity and privacy, thus providing an immense learning experience. An annual Women's Conclave in 2019 has put Cyberabad ahead in the endeavor of building a safe ecosystem for the greater good of its people. The nationwide lockdown in 2020 brought all the business activities to a halt. However, SCSC, in active collaboration with Cyberabad Police, has set up business continuity processes to ensure no business suffered during the testing times, be it IT/ITES or any other sector which served essential services to citizens. Through the COVID-19 control room, SCSC coordinated the issuance of passes for essential goods and services in the IT,
Ladies and gentlemen,
healthcare and pharma industry.
Please settle down. We will start in the next 2 minutes.
SCSC
Those of you at the back,
Cyberabad.
please finish your coffee and pick a seat for yourself and settle down, please. May I once again request everyone to please settle down. We'll start in the next 30 seconds. Those of you at the back of the hall, please settle down in your respective chairs. Deep, make sure the virtual media is on. Ladies and gentlemen, here's wishing you all a very good evening and welcome to the 4th edition of Women's Conclave. Thank you for taking time to join us and being a part of this flagship event that celebrates women. It feels great to see you all here. And let me remind you that we also have a great number of people joining us through the virtual media on Zoom platform. To begin with, I'd like to remind all of you gathered here in person about some of the safety and COVID protocol related adhering guidelines, which we all need to make sure we are maintaining them. There are a lot of hand sanitizing stations and the sanitizer bottles in each of the tables. Please make sure you're using them as frequently as possible. Maintain adequate social distancing amongst people in the hall. This is for your own safety. And ensure your face mask is on at all times during the event here. Also make sure the Arogya Setu app on your phone is enabled and your Wi-Fi and it's enabled at all times. And make sure that each time you are walking out and coming back, sanitize your hands so that you're safe and you're also making sure the people around you are also safe. In case of an unforeseen emergency, please stay calm and wait for the instructions. And when asked to leave the room, please, in a very, very cordial manner, take the nearest exit close to you to evacuate the hall. We just hope we don't have to get to that situation, but just in case, we must be aware the safety protocols in case of such an event. And for those of you joining us remotely on the Zoom, kindly ensure that you have enabled the mute option on your mobile devices and the laptop, and so that there is no disturbance during the proceedings of the event. And people seated here, make sure as a matter of courtesy to your fellow participants, keep your phones on silent mode. Otherwise, it disturbs people around and you could lose focus. Well, as is customary and is considered very, very auspicious, we would like to begin this evening with an invocation of song rendered by Ms. Shilpa Subramanian. May I have Ms. Shilpa Subramanian to come up on stage?
सदा सर्वदा योग तुझा घडावा, तुझी कारणी देह माझा पडावा. उपेक्षू नको गुणवंता अनंता, रघुनायका मागणे चिताता. ज्या ज्या ठिकाणी मन जाय माझे, त्या त्या ठिकाणी निज रूप तुझे. मी ठेवितो मस्तका ज्या ठिकाणी, तेथे तुझे सद्गुरु पाय दोन्ही. निरागस हो गणपती, सूर निरागस हो, सूर निरागस हो गणपति, सूर निरागस हो. शुभ नयना करुणामय, गौरी हर श्री वरद विनायक. शुभ नयना करुणामय, गौरी हर श्री वरद विनायक. ओंकार गणपति, ओंकार गणपति, अधिपति सुखपति छंदपति गंधपति, लीन निरंतर हो, लीन निरंतर हो. सूर्य निरागस हो, सूर्य निरागस हो गणपति, सूर्य निरागस हो. मोरिया मोरिया गणपति बाप्पा मोरिया, मोरिया मोरिया गणपति बाप्पा मोरिया. गजवदना तू सुख करता, गजवदना तू दुख हरता. गजवदना मोरिया मोरिया, मोरिया मोरिया गणपति बाप्पा मोरिया. गजवदना तू सुख करता, गजवदना तू दुख हरता. गजवदना मोरिया मोरिया. सूर्य निरागस हो, सूर्य निरागस हो, सूर्य निरागस हो गणपति, सूर्य निरागस हो. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shilpa, for a soulful rendition. May I now call upon Ms. Praveen Polvaram, the treasurer of the SCSC, to come up on stage and felicitate Ms. Shilpa Subramanian. You'll be very pleased to know that Ms. Shilpa has sung for many Kannada movies and several devotional albums in different regional languages. She's a winner of the Zee TV's Close Up Antakshari competition and has performed in multiple concerts And as a service to the music, she's been teaching light music to the government school students as part of an NGO called Ishwa. Ms. Shilpa, thank you so very much for invoking the blessings of Lord Ganesha. Mr. Praveen, please hand over a token of our appreciation. Put your hands together for Ms. Shilpa, please. Thank you, Ms. Shilpa. Thank you, Ms. Praveen.
From time immemorial, the world has witnessed many adverse events that have dealt a devastating blow to the lives and livelihood of people. And yet, given the sheer power of resilience and the spirit of never say die, humankind has endured it all and has always emerged victorious. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic is yet another adverse event that is currently looming large across the globe and has taken its toll over the past 2 years, leaving behind a trail of destruction that has invariably impacted lives and livelihood across the globe. Once again, the very spirit of never say die and a very strong resolve to bounce back has led us all this far, where we are collectively making every effort to restore normalcy in every sphere of our lives. The fact that we have all gathered here today to be a part of this wonderful event in a hybrid model is a great testimony of that very spirit. The Society for Cyberabad Security Council, SCSC, founded in the year 2006, is a registered not-for-profit initiative and a collaboration between the industry and the Cyberabad Police Commissionerate. It initially started off as an effort to create safety and security for all within the IT corridor. Apart from its stellar support in managing the COVID-19 pandemic over the past 2 years, SCSC, through its various forums, has crafted several initiatives in an effort to increase the preparedness and consciousness pertaining to the safety and security of businesses and citizens at the macro and micro levels. At the outset, we would like to thank Mr. Stephen Ravindra, IPS, Commissioner of Police, Cyberabad Police, and Ms. Ansuya, DCP Women and Child Safety Wing, Cyberabad Police, for their leadership that keeps all of us at the Women's Forum highly motivated and drives us to come together to create and run meaningful and relevant initiatives on an ongoing basis. Feeling safe and secure is a basic need, and only when this need is satisfied can we think of higher needs such as empowerment. The Women's Forum of SCSC has been a leader in designing innovative initiatives to educate, enhance, and enable women's safety as a key priority across the civil society. There have been meticulous and persistent efforts towards this cause by the collaborative effort of the police and industry. The Women's Conclave, which is an annual flagship event hosted by the Women's Forum, is an effort to bring together distinguished men and women on a common platform to discuss and deliberate on themes that matter to everyone, more so women. The Conclave is in its 4th edition this year and has been designed around the theme of rebounce. There is a quote by an anonymous person that I came across recently, and I believe the message will resonate with men and women alike. The quote is, "I am strong and life will never get me down, because the harder I fall, the higher I bounce." Or as we would like to state today, the harder I fall, the higher I rebounce. I am sure that today's theme of rebounds will truly strike a chord within each one of us, given the backdrop of our own individualized and ongoing experiences during the COVID-19 pandemic. Today's event covers the most important aspects that empowers women: respect, reach, rise, or in other words, rebounds. On that note, I, Sapna Ashraf, from Epicero Incorporated, and my co-host Srini, welcome you all to the 4th edition of the Women's Conclave, which has been put together by the Women's Forum of SCSC under the leadership of Pratyusha and DCP Anasuya. Srini and I are also members of the Women's Forum as volunteers and represent the Margadarsh team that closely works with the corporate business community. Keeping up with the changing times, as is already evident now, this event is being held in hybrid mode, part in person and part virtual. The event is being hosted using the Zoom platform for the benefit of those who are joining us over virtual media. The event is also being live streamed on Facebook and on the YouTube channel of SCSC and the Cloud News channel. Sit back and enjoy the conversations that the team has carefully crafted for you. We trust that you will find these conversations engaging and enriching, with takeaways that you could incorporate into your own lives and share with those around you and help make a difference. I would like to take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to all our esteemed speakers here today. We would now like to invite Ms. Deepali Goenka, CEO and Joint Managing Director of Welspun India Limited, who has kindly consented to deliver the keynote address for today and is joining us live from Delhi. Ms. Deepali Goenka is one of India's leading entrepreneurs, known for her dynamic leadership and passion for people. She has steered Welspun India to become one of the world's largest home textile companies and the biggest supplier to the US. She has been responsible for taking the Welspun brand with its superior quality of bath, bed, and area rug products to homes in India and across the globe. For her exemplary leadership and contribution to the industry and society at large, Ms. Goenka has been ranked as the 16th most powerful businesswoman in Asia by Forbes. Ms. Goenka is known to be a CEO with a soul and a passionate philanthropist who tirelessly works for inclusive development. Her beliefs have been translated into Welspun's vision to bring corporate social value to communities via the 3 E's of Welspun: education, empowerment, and environment and health. Ms. Goenka's fervor for women empowerment has made her the brand ambassador of We Connect International, a recognized women business certification global body. The body assesses global marketing businesses for textile and has certified Welspun as a woman-owned enterprise. Welcome, ma'am. Deep, can we have the video on, please?
Hyderabad, a cultural extravaganza known as the Pearl City of India, is now witnessing tremendous growth in all sectors. The city made by its people and their rich tradition weaves a story in itself. The government of Telangana, with its progressive vision, has been successful in driving a holistic development agenda by creating a vibrant IT hub in Hyderabad, fostered by a safe environment, because of which the
Start. Good evening, everyone. I would like to begin by applauding all the impeccable women present here. I envision a world where women are celebrated every day. In my opinion, an ideal world is one where women are recognized for their contributions and appreciated for their talents each and every day. In today's post-pandemic scenario and the wave of digitization, women have proved themselves by displaying grace and resilience while adapting to the changing times. I'm reminded of a beautiful poem by Maya Angelou called Still I Rise. It has been an inspiration in my life, and I'm sure you will all resonate with it as well. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I will rise. The textile industry, being one of the biggest growth drivers of Indian economy, provides maximum employment opportunities to women. Since women are naturally dexterous, the social impact of engaging women in textile industry is humongous, and it goes beyond the current generation. The inclusion of women into the mainstream workforce is a cause that I hold very close to my heart. At Wellspun, 25% of our employees are women, and we're determined to grow this further. As society has evolved over the years, but yet I see the participation of women in the workforce as still low due to the various reasons. For instance, the pandemic saw more women leaving their jobs, facing loss of livelihood, and not having enough access to new opportunities. While gender diversity has been an essential focus for organizations globally, there still exists a huge room for improvement. Fostering inclusive growth and creating culture of equal opportunity for women is of paramount importance at Wellspun. Wellspun India's focus has always been on enabling women to create alternative livelihoods and improve their earning capacities. We believe in creating a balanced working environment, valuing women employees for their contribution. We encourage them that every step to follow their dreams. Our women employees have equal power and voice as decision makers and leaders. At Wellspun, we have built an ecosystem to make women strong, independent, and self-reliant. We understand that diversity makes us better individuals and a stronger business conglomerate as well. To recognize, drive, and create a culture of equal opportunity for women employees in our team, we launched the Women of Wellspun program. Through this program, we aim to build a community of women that will support, help, and develop each other, provide opportunities that would elevate and groom them to become women leaders. It is my firm opinion that if the woman earns and is empowered, the child definitely goes to school. Wellspun has generated employment for over 20,000 people in the earthquake-prone Kutch area in Gujarat and positively impacted lives of 100,000 plus local communities. A handcrafted home decor brand, Spun, engages with women and artisans to uplift communities, giving them an independent income so that along with their families, they have a better livelihood. Wellspun is committed to engaging and employing women, not just at the shop floor, but also in the digital and technology, STEM-oriented roles. I strongly believe that if companies make investments in building a more flexible and empathetic workforce, we can nurture a culture in which women have equal opportunity to achieve their potential over the long term. By providing means of livelihood and income and reaching out to local women communities, we not only empower them, but also create a sustainable platform of employment. With all these initiatives, my only goal is to bring about a meaningful change in each and every woman's life. In the home textile sector, where the primary buyer is a woman, it appalled me that the industry was male-dominated. Until 2002, Wellspun was primarily an exporter. With sheer hard work and determination, I championed a foray into domestic retail market with the premium brand spaces. It was an entrepreneurial journey and a major transition for me with no formal business experience. I started working when my girls were 10 and 7. I wanted to set an example for my daughters and lead the way for an empowering future for them. I had to learn everything from scratch, meeting distributors, being on the shop floor, and picking up every nugget of consumer insight that came by. I started with a design studio. Taking a digital transformation to the next level, we are well equipped with the latest digital trends and solutions in manufacturing. Wellspun India has adopted philosophy of growth with responsibility, laying a roadmap for business to not just take an environmental and social issues, but to solve them. We have brought together our best people and smartest technology to set world-class ESG standards that go deeper and act swiftly in implementing them. I've always believed in community-centric people first and sustainability-driven approach in our business. We need to set and inspire the entire generation of women leaders as women peers. Let us support each other. I would like to see a culture where women support other women and freely share their learnings and tips on managing professional growth. We must draw inspiration from each other and find hope and trust in our women peers to lead the way for a more inclusive world. And on that note, I'm leaving behind the nights of terror and fear I rise into a daybreak that's wondrously clear and rise, bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I'm the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, I rise, I rise. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Ms. Goenka, for that wonderful, wonderful speech, which I resonate with completely. My favorite poet as well, Maya Angelou, and completely resonate the fact that women need to be diverse. We need to support one another. We need to have equal opportunities. And in fact, I am going to be quoting Maya Angelou and I Rise this evening as well. Thank you very much.
Moving to the next segment, over the past 16 years, SCSC has been relentlessly focused on creating an impact in the lives of those living and working in the Cyberabad area of Hyderabad through its various initiatives. To share more about SCSC, its vision, the journey thus far, and the plans for the future, I'd like to invite on stage Ms. C. Anusuya, IPS. She is the Deputy Commissioner of Police, Women and Child Safety Wing of Cyberabad Police. I'd also like to invite Mr. Krishna Yadula, who's the Secretary General of SCSC, and Ms. Pratyusha Sharma, who's a Joint Secretary of SCSC and leads the Women's Forum. As a settle down, let me also introduce each of the speakers. Ms. Anusuya, IPS, is a Deputy Commissioner of Police, Women and Child Safety Wing, Cyberabad Police, and also heads the SHE teams in Cyberabad. As head of SHE teams, she has handled over 1,000 cases of eve-teasing, stalking, sexual harassment, blackmail, domestic violence, dowry harassment, rape, and other crimes against women. In her current role, she's also the convener of the Women's Forum and provides leadership support to the forum members and helps driving its charter. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Krishna Yadula is the Head of Facilities and Sustainability Pan-India and Center Head for Virtusa Consulting Services Private Limited here in Hyderabad. He's also the Secretary General of the SCSC. Mr. Krishna has been associated with the SCSC since the very inception in the year 2006, and as a founding member, had a large contribution during its formative years. Thank you, Mr. Krishna, for coming up here and sharing the stage with us. Ms. Pratyusha Sharma, who comes with about 25 years of rich experience. She's currently the AVP HR at Cognizant and is also holding an honorary position as Joint Secretary, leading the Women's Forum at SCSC. Her passion to contribute back, make a difference to women and help them rise, build more male allies, and in what really drives her, and she continues to support many initiatives because she believes in building future leaders and youth of tomorrow. And in this regard, she's also associated as a volunteer with Vivekananda Institute of Human Excellence, and she mentors many budding students. She also speaks at various universities across India and participates in youth conferences. May I now invite Ms. Pratyusha to lead the conversation along with Ms. Anusuya and Mr. Krishna Yadula. Over to you, Pratyusha.
Good evening, one and all. So firstly, I would like to apologize for the delay we had today, but we'll ensure that you will have a good time and they will be followed by a networking dinner. So please stay cool and enjoy the learning you have today. So thanks a lot for coming in big numbers in person and virtually. For all the people on Zoom and YouTube, welcome everybody to this wonderful session and wonderful evening. So what we're going to spend the next 20-30 minutes is about where I think there are many stories, many incidents, many cases which DCP Anusuya ma'am has solved. Krishna is able to deal with it where we are bridging the gap, and so was I. But what is SCSC all about? So, you know, there were a lot of questions and thoughts. Many of you know, but I think it's important, Krishna, if you could share some light on what SCSC is and, when did we start and what are the few key initiatives SCSC has taken for the industry in Cyberabad mostly.
Thank you, Pratyusha. I think very, very apt question because I see a lot of new members from diversified industry sectors here. So I think it is important that we know what SCSC is all about. So if we go back, this institution or a platform was set up way back in 2006. This is a collaborative body between industry and Cyberabad police. Why, in the first place, an organization like this was thought of? During the early formative years of IT industry in Hyderabad city, originally, if we all know, the IT industry was confined to the CBD of Begumpet, Somajiguda, Banjara Hills. But when the western corridor of IT industry was set up and it was under development stage, the then Commissioner of Police and the current DGP of Telangana State, Sri Mahendra Reddy Garu, came up with this idea saying IT industry has a big vision. Today, I think in those days, the IT industry was employing about 50,000-60,000 workforce, but then the vision for the state was quite big. We wanted to have Hyderabad IT industry to be on the world map, and hence there was a need to set up an organization like this so that the safety and security of the entire IT industry as well as its workforce is taken care of. Now, the core essence of this organization has been the inclusivity, which means we completely involve the IT employees, the organizations, the representatives, and also the police officers from the Cyberabad police. So if we look at the way our structure is set up, we have a very good mix of industry leaders. We have a very good mix of police officers in this organization, and together we form a very nice, phenomenal platform to handle safety and security. Now, over the years, we have organized ourselves into 4 horizontals. And then, of course, from an industry sector's perspective, originally, though we started with IT industry, we have now expanded to 5 other industry sectors. But if we look at the 4 horizontals that we work on, first is Women's Forum, then Traffic Forum, then Cybersecurity Forum, and Infrastructure Forum. But if I go back a little bit, when we started this organization in 2006, those days, the vulnerabilities were different. The key priority areas those days were the physical infrastructure, protecting physical infrastructure, and also its workforce. And as we know, as the Western IT corridor was under development stage, there were a lot of infrastructure that was still thought of, and it was still built. So at that point in time, the roads were not built, the lighting was poor. So we thought we should work towards women's safety. So the key forums originally we started off was the infrastructure security and the women's forum. But as we moved on, we have introduced cybersecurity, we have introduced road safety as the vehicular population increased. And today we work on those 4 horizontals and these 5 industry verticals.
So thank you, Krishna. I know there is a lot what SCSC has done the last 15 years. Absolutely. It's a great industry and police collaboration. I think this is one of the best council which has been collaboratively working for the safety of the industry to grow. And I think that all of us in this room should be proud of on how we are trying to build safety and grow a industry as well as the state. So thanks, Krishna, for that. But Krishna did speak about different verticals, different cyber crimes, women's safety, infrastructure. There's lots of it. But I think today we are all here to share and learn from each other. The women's safety initiatives, right? What is the women ecosystem? And I'm very happy to see almost I see 20-30% men who are male allies who actually really bring in a more safer environment for all of us. Pre-pandemic, almost 1 out of 3 cases, at least, women were sexually abused by a non-partner. That's the data, right, from World Bank reports. But it has increased during pandemic. And I think we've seen an alarming increase in rates of women crime. And with these alarming rates, it's known as shadow pandemic. That's a new term I've got to learn. The shadow pandemic has been increasing. But with this, I think Stephen Ravindra sir, the Commissioner of Cyberabad Police, DCP Ansuya ma'am, who's really dedicated to lead the women and child safety. Ma'am, I think you have been doing tremendous work with you and your team. So we would like you to shed a little bit more on the various initiatives and the ecosystem Cyberabad Police has been able to help create a safe ecosystem.
Thank you, Pratyusha. Safety of women is a very important aspect for the government of Telangana as well as the Telangana police. And in Cyberabad, we have a special setup for safety of women and children. Telangana state level, we have an women's safety wing and another women's safety wing at Cyberabad police, which is not existing anywhere else. So this women's safety wing of Cyberabad police consists of major component is the SHE teams. And apart from SHE teams, we have the Operation Smile team, we have the anti-human trafficking unit, we have the Bharosa Center, and we have the Dial 100 immediate response system for women, especially. So these are all the initiatives that are there. And last year we had inaugurated the transgender desk also with help from SCSC. So all these things form part of the Women and Children Safety Wing of Cyberabad. The major component being the SHE teams, and we have 11 SHE teams in Cyberabad. And through the SHE teams, we get done a lot of work. And we also have the monitoring of all the cases that are reported here. And we see that the cases are brought to final conclusion within the time frame provided by law. That is about the women's safety. Bharosa Center also does a lot of human service. And of course, Bharosa Center is being supported by SCSC. And we have so far solved around 1,200 cases in Bharosa Center. And we have been successful in reuniting around 400 couples who were having small differences, some ego clashes and things like that. Through SHE teams, we have received around 8,000 and odd complaints, and we have been able to successfully solve all of the complaints. And during the pandemic, as you all know, we had a very big number of online harassment complaints also, which we were able to tackle very successfully. And there were some very bad cases also that were received during the pandemic period. And we have been able to handle all the cases successfully.
Thank you, ma'am. And I think ma'am will not stop saying, because every time there is an incident, there is an opportunity to do more. But it's still an opportunity to constantly reduce the crime and help respect women. And that's where the entire police workforce is really working to keep the law and order safe. But it's just not them to make it safe. It's important for us as civilians, industry, citizens. What are we doing? I think that's where SCSC came into being, and we have a large volunteers who are sitting here. And the industry, what did we do? And this Women's Forum was set up about 7-8 years back. And very proudly to say that we have lots of Margadarshaks and Sangamitras. And I will tell you a little about it. So would like all the Margadarshaks and Sangamitras to proudly stand up if you can. And of course, we would love to see the number of amazing. Awesome. Give them a big round of applause. And these are industry volunteers who actually are, thank you so much. And these are all industry volunteers who we train. And that's where we collaborate with DCP Ansuya ma'am and the industry and Cyberabad police together. We actually train them on almost about 3 months on the various laws, the acts, what are the rights of the women. Now, all of them are not going to solve your problems, but they will be a guide to any victim who's going through a distress. So organizations actually have a POSH Act. I think when you go back home, when you're walking down the street, you feel unsafe. When you go back home, there are lots of things where you feel unsafe from your partner or from somebody else. Then you start getting onto your phone, you're unsafe. So what do we do? And when you are, you need to raise your voice. You need to be proactively reaching out to the Margadharshaks, to the Sangamitras who are trained by all of us and the SHE teams. I think there's a huge thing where we've created almost 1,000 Margadharshaks and Sangamitras in the communities you live in and in the organizations you work. So that's a huge number we have been able to train. And we create a lot of awareness sessions in organizations as well as in the communities you live. So DCP Ansuya ma'am, along with a lot of Women's Forum members, come to your community and help create awareness. So what do we create? You need to understand the ecosystem. Just now, DCP Ansuya ma'am just spoke 3 minutes about what initiatives. Now, what is Bharosa Center? What is SHE teams? You'll actually become aware of all of these, and it is important for you to help your neighbor, help your colleague, help your friend who's in distress. And that's how we can together as a community make it more safe. So as an industry, we've been able to collaborate a lot, but still I feel there is still an opportunity for all of us to do much more and volunteer for creating a safer Hyderabad. So with that, yes, the cyber crimes have been increasing, and that's more of interesting over the last couple of years. Every time I do online buying, online shopping, or Facebook, you put up a post, there's somebody stalking you. And there is so much happening in the cyberspace. It's very difficult for the police and for the citizens to come out of it. But I think proactively, the last 2 years, I think the SCSC and Cyberabad police have stepped up. So Krishna, we would like you to share some light on the cyber crimes and how and what are the initiatives we're taking up in the cyberspace.
Sure. I think you're right, Pratyusha. If you look at the trend, right? If you look at 4-5 years ago, most of the crimes, 80% of it would be on the conventional mode, whatever is happening. 20% would be, on online or cyber. But today, if you see, the trend has changed. There is a, complete shift. 80% of the crimes are happening on the cyber, world, and 20%. So it's completely reversed. So at SCSC, along with Cyberabad Police, definitely we have taken up a lot of initiatives. In fact, the Cybersecurity Forum of SCSC is now became a very key vertical, and we are working on many initiatives, among which one of that I can proudly talk about is the Dil Se initiative, which focuses around the awareness around cybersecurity. Now this Dil Se, which is also called, which is called Digital Literacy to Secure Youth, is a very wonderful program created last year. And so far, we have touched about 11,000 students in the last few months, mostly on virtual platform. And this aims at creating cyber security awareness for the youth between 8th standard to 12th standard. And of course, we've also now extended to the degree colleges in the past. Likewise, we have carved out another program for IT employees because as we know, and as we've seen, the police officers agree with me that most of the victims are from IT industry. If you see the trend, out of 10 cases that we get in Cyberabad, I think, 5 or 6 are the IT employees, and they are losing a lot of money. Though they are educated, I think still they fall prey for, these cyber fraudsters. So I think it's important that we cover the cybersecurity awareness for various sections of the society. So one is the students, the one is the employees, then there is homemakers and also senior citizens, especially senior citizens also are falling prey for this. So I think SCSC is putting its right foot forward in terms of making citizens aware about all these things. But then how much ever we do with the number and the quantum of crimes that is happening is much faster than, whatever initiatives that we are taking up. So I think Stephen Ravindra Garu, who's the Commissioner of Police and also Chairman SCSC. He's also taking, putting a lot of efforts in terms of curbing this particular thing. And we are working on many other initiatives like Center of Excellence for Cybersecurity. And we're also planning to host a cybersecurity conclave. And we are working with a lot of industry partners for that.
So thank you, Krishna, and absolutely cybercrime, cyber safety becomes a very, very key aspect for everyone to work. And there's a lot of work happening. And Krishna was just mentioning that we are doing a cyber conclave soon, and you'll hear many of the initiatives in the next 6 months. So please log in into the SCSC website and learn more about what the events are and how you can become aware. So I would say your first self-defense is become aware. Awareness is important, knowledge is important, so that you know who to reach out to, where, and how you can help yourself. With that, I know the SHE teams have been, and ma'am very clearly said, the SHE teams, the Bharosa counseling centers. It's a big thing. So ma'am, we have a lot of people who are there online and in person and new. Very interestingly, many people asked me, how do the SHE teams operate? And they're very interested to know. And during the pandemic, and I have seen ma'am, every time I go to her office, she's dealing with almost 10 cases, and I don't know how she does it. We go to her back with cases also. But I would want, ma'am, if you can share 1 or 2 interesting cases where it's an opportunity women who are going through similar can voice out and be able to seek help. So quickly, 2 questions for you, ma'am.
Okay. Firstly, the SHE teams, they are not in uniform. They are in civil dress, so people don't recognize them as the police. So that is one advantage they have. And they will be going around public places, and then they will be conducting decoy operations, and also they'll go to schools, colleges, and other places and conduct a lot of awareness sessions. So after they conduct the awareness sessions, they also share their numbers for women to reach out whenever they are in distress. And in course of these awareness sessions, especially in schools and colleges, many children and many women come out, and then they tell that they are facing some problem or the other. And sometimes it is of eve teasing near the schools. And people, they conduct decoy operation near the school. Like they just stand there as general public. And then when they see these guys teasing the girls who are going to school, they will catch hold of these people, and then they will take them to the police station and then file cases against them. After that, we conduct sessions for them. We call them with their families. If he's a minor, he has to come with his parents. We do counseling with the help of professional counselors and make them realize that it is not fun to tease any girl. So sometimes we receive a lot of complaints over our WhatsApp number or through Facebook or other social media or through Hawkeye and mail. Over mail also we receive a lot of complaints, and our teams, they speak to the victims. And the beauty of SHE teams is that they maintain the secrecy. They don't reveal the identity of the victim. That is a very, very important aspect of the SHE teams. The identity of the victim is not revealed anywhere, and they do it in a very, very secret manner that even her neighbor or her family members don't know that some action has been taken on her complaint. So sometimes the woman says that she's in a living relationship with some guy, and then she has broken up, and this guy is sharing some private pictures on social media and threatening her, or sometimes blackmailing her for money and saying that I will really reveal all this about our relationship to your family members, and he'll be demanding some money also. We have seen many women who have lost some huge amount of money to such blackmailing tactics because they don't want their adventure with this guy to be known to anybody else. And in the last minute, when they are not able to bear the torture, they then put a message on the WhatsApp saying that they need some help. So the SHE teams step in, and then they take the complaint from the woman, and they will call this guy like they will not call themselves. They will ask this girl to call him and convince him that she's going to give him some money or something. And then they meet at some public place and our people stand around. They are in civil dress, so nobody recognizes them. And as soon as this guy walks in, this girl, she gives a signal to the team, and the team just goes in and catches hold of this fellow, and then action is taken on him. So that is how the teams work in general. Sometimes a lot of harassment happens over phone. A lot of calls or sending some nude pictures or unnecessary nonsensical chats on WhatsApp. All these things happen. And sometimes there are people who just grope a woman when she is walking, she's taking her dog for a walk. They just hit her from behind. All these cases are dealt with by the SHE teams. So they search for this guy and definitely they catch hold of this person using the CCTV cameras or using his location. Or if he's on a bike, they try to identify the bike number and they catch hold of this person. And we have got hold of a lot of such miscreants and we have taken action against them. And again, we have conducted the counseling sessions and made him realize that what he is doing is very wrong. And we have informed the family members also about his behavior outside of his family. And that brings about a change in the behavior of the persons. So that is how the SHE teams work. We have dealt with almost 8,000 complaints over a period of time from 2018 to the present time. So every year we get some 2,000 or 2,500, 3,000 complaints, and all the complaints are taken care of depending on the nature of the complaint. There are several complaints, some of stalking, some of harassment, some of eve teasing in public place. There are a variety of complaints that come in, and we take each and every complaint very seriously and we take action on that.
I think amazing, 8,000 complaints, and every complaint is a different scenario. And that I can relate to, ma'am. And as I mentioned that we train Margadarshaks and Sangamitras, ma'am, it reminded me of one of a scenario. So there are a lot of people living in communities. There are a lot of educated people who are prey to cyber crimes. And there was a call at 10:30 in the night on my phone, and it was said that, are you a certified Margadarshak? I said, yes. And the girl came out crying down from her house. And she's been married for almost 15 years with an 8-year-old daughter. And she's been prey where she was a victim for sexual abuse by her own husband. And at the same time being beating her, abused. So we come across such things and she didn't know what to do. At that minute, yes, she could have dialed 100. She could have reached out to the SHE teams. We spread the ecosystem, right? Where she knew there were Margadarshaks in a community and she reached out. And it is something which all the Margadarshaks and Sangamitras are helping and guiding. So she felt confident that she could confidentially reach out to a Margadarshak. She did reach out to me. Immediately, we spoke to the SHE teams. We asked her for help. She said, no, I've been going through this abuse last 10, 15 years. My daughter is there inside the house. She's 6 years. I need to go back home, but I need help. But we guided her, helped her, and got her out of the situation. It's not that something immediately you can solve. There is a behavioral change. There is counseling. So we help her to go to the different segments of counseling for herself, for her husband, helping her to come out of the situation. I think there are many such cases Margadarshaks and Sangamitras are solving in this group and all the volunteers. So thanks to the entire team who's getting trained, who is training, and who's enlarging the ecosystem. So thanks so much. And we'll just have one last round of questions. And clearly, Krishna, and I think SCSC has been doing a lot. So what is your 1 or 2 line vision for SCSC, if you can share?
So, Pratyusha, if you look at last year, right? I mean, at least last 2 years, we've been in COVID pandemic, and we've also completed 15 years of SCSC last year. And that's when we realized that, we should not be confining ourselves to only IT industry. So we thought of expanding our horizon beyond IT. And so we have added the 5 industry sectors, that is pharma, manufacturing, healthcare, hospitality, and infrastructure. So after we added those industry verticals, we see a lot of traction and interest from these industry sectors. Because if you take pharma industry, which is again, like after IT, the pharma industry is high on human capital. So if you're talking about 1 million workforce in IT industry, we are also talking about close to 500,000 workforce in pharma industry. Because pharma industry, as I was told, caters to 30% of produce in the country. I mean, from Telangana. Telangana accounts to about close to 30% of pharma production across the country, right? So that's a major industry vertical. And we have a lot of members from pharma industry, which are now part of it, SCSC. So is from manufacturing. We have just seen Wellspun, they are our member company. Same is the way with hospitality and healthcare. I mean, we work pretty closely, at least during COVID pandemic. We realized, how well we collaborated with hospitals, like MPOWER, Continental, AIG, CARE, KIMS. They're all our members now. So what we realized in the last couple of years is that safety and security has to be holistic in nature. We cannot do just for one industry sector. If we are talking about Cyberabad Security Council, which works closely with Cyberabad Police, then we should extend all these benefits, what we have done in the last 15 years, to across Cyberabad Commissionerate. We should not confine it to just one IT hub or 2 IT hubs here. So I think this is working pretty well, and SCSC as a brand has grown bigger. It's well known across the country. And as we speak, today there was a meeting in Chennai by the police commissionerate there for the Tidal Park and the OMR area IT companies, where they actually spoke about forming a council or a platform, something like on the Cyberabad Security Council model. So I have received a call from there, one of the industry members, called me and said, now at least we are following you finally, at least if not for entire Chennai, at least to start within OMR corridor. So I think the vision is that we take all these initiatives across these 4 horizontals and penetrate into the other industry sectors that we have added. And if you look at pharma industry, right, all the units are in the suburb areas. So I think safety security is very, very important and critical for such industries like manufacturing and pharma. So I relate that to IT industry way back 15 years ago. Today, I think suburb areas will not have the infrastructure that we have, in the developed IT corridor. So I think much of focus is required, which is why last month we have actually launched She Shuttle in the Genome Valley. I think thanks to Stephen Ravindra Garu, I think he suggested, let's now also concentrate on all these IT and pharma hubs. So the first She Shuttle was launched last month. Now, thanks to TSIIC MD, Mr. Narasimha Reddy Garu, we have got another She Shuttle sponsored from TSIIC, which will be launched in the next 3 or 4 weeks, again in Genome Valley. Plus, with support from Newland Pharmaceuticals, we are getting a third She Shuttle for Pharma Hub, which is going to be run in Bontapalli Pharma Hub. So I think like that, we have very good vision, and we would like to include a lot more volunteers. We have volunteers like Margadarshak, Sangamitra. We have traffic volunteers. I didn't speak about traffic volunteers. In fact, 2013 and 14, when we started this traffic volunteers initiative, it started off with just 4 employees from Microsoft. And today we have about 2,800 registered volunteers. And those volunteers are so passionate that given any kind of situation, they jump in, right? We have seen that in COVID pandemic. Likewise, we created Dilse volunteers. There are about 101 Dilse volunteers who are trained on cybersecurity, who are imparting this awareness in the schools. Similarly, we have Sangamitra. So like that, we want to actually encourage more of volunteers to come into SCSC platform. And we also have communities who have joined, because last 2 years, it's been work from home situation for all of us. So there are a lot of IT employees who wants to contribute, from their homes in the communities, which is why Sangamitra has been a big hit in the communities. So I think that's the primarily the focus areas in the coming 2 to 3 years.
No, thanks a lot, Krishna. And I think IT industry laid a great foundation, right? But we can't say that IT industry will continue to do it. We have to expand to tier 2, tier 3 cities. We have the industry coming up, and we have some of the industry leaders sitting here who saying their vision is to go to the rural areas to help rural people get employed. But how do they get educated? How do they become aware? Are we really doing something for them? It's important for us just not to stay within the IT segment, but pharma, nurses, the support staff, everybody need that help, and glad that we have been able to expand to a lot more verticals and lot more areas to build this ecosystem. And absolutely for all the people who are there live on Zoom from different cities in India, this council is really great of a collaboration between the industry and the police, which Krishna just touched upon. Chennai wants to do it, so did Pune, and all other cities can come and build this council, absolutely. And clearly he said that there are many volunteers required, many volunteers are there, a time for all of you all to contribute and give back. My last question to DCP ma'am would be, ma'am, please share your tips or knowledge which all women and men can take back for the day. So what is it that they need to be aware or become a little bit more knowledgeable or become aware, and how they can make themselves proactively safe?
So, Pratyusha, this is the age of social media. Everybody is on social media, different types of accounts, different ways of communicating, sharing news, sharing pictures, sharing whatnot, sharing the meal that you are going to have, and putting it on social media. So the first point I would like to say is make your social media accounts very safe. Put the settings to the maximum security. That is the first line of defense against social media harassment. And a lot of harassment is happening on social media. So it is better to be very careful, not share your personal information, even after having the security settings set to the maximum security, and not to accept any friend requests from unknown persons. There is an example that I can give you, that if a stranger waves at you and says, "Hi, will you be my friend?" when you're walking on a road, will you look at his face at least? No, you will think he is a madman. But when you go to the social media and somebody says, "Hi, I want to be your friend," you're so happy that you have received a friend request from somebody. And it has become a competition to have as many friends as possible on social media. And you think that you are very popular on social media based on the number of friends. You don't even know their names properly. You don't know who they are, but you want to have hundreds and thousands of friends. Now it has, I think the number has gone into thousands. Earlier it was hundreds. So better to get out of that crazy rat race and come into reality, have a few very good friends with whom you can meet physically and share your joys and happinesses and your troubles, and have a real relationship with your friends and have happy time with them instead of spending time on social media. And coming to offline, nowadays having live-in relationships has become the trend. Many people are getting into this in the name of love, and the women believing that this man, he is going to marry her in sometime in future. They don't have any date in mind. Sometime in future is something that is there at the back of their minds. And I have seen a girl wait for 9 years to get married to the same guy, and taking all kinds of abuse, and still believing that he is going to marry her. He is exploiting her physically, financially, and abusing her, beating her, taking away all her earnings, but still she believes that he is going to marry her at some time in future. Now, as time passes, there is no hope that there will be a marriage. and things go very bad. And in the meantime, there are a lot of personal photos and personal things that are with the mobile phones. Even the bedroom is not a secret place anymore. So everybody starts taking pictures even there of their private time. And now these photos go on to the pornographic sites, and the guy starts harassing her like anything, putting her phone number on the pornographic sites and saying that she is available for 5,000 rupees, call her mobile number. And this lady, she starts receiving a lot of phone calls from unknown people. And then finally she realizes that somebody has put her number on these adult sites. And then she realizes the culprit behind all this is her own live-in partner. Then she approaches the police because she is at her wit's end and she is not able to understand where to go, and she is on the verge of committing suicide. So my most important message to people who are continuing to believe that a friendship is going to lead to a marriage is to please first take stock of your relationship and see whether it is a real relationship that is going to last a lifetime. And the sooner you realize and you will see a lot of signs. Don't become blind in love. You will see a lot of signs where the person is trying to exploit you, whether the woman is exploiting the man or the man is exploiting the woman. There are cases either way, but most of the time it is the woman that is being exploited. And the sooner they get out of this kind of a relationship, it is better for them and for their future. And lastly, when traveling or while going anywhere, better to be in a group or in a travel by public transport and be aware of your surroundings, not travel in dark places or not go to any place that is looking very lonely or something, and inform everything to the family. Even regarding the relationship also, whether you're in love with anybody or anything like that, you have to keep your family informed, that because that is the place from where you will be getting your support. The family is the first place from where you will be getting your support. Initially, if you have gone wrong somewhere, they will they will be unhappy with you. They will probably, they will say a word or two, but they will always be behind you. So don't keep your family away from your troubles. That is where your troubles will start from. So involve your family in whatever you're doing. Share everything with your family and friends, and then you'll get a lot of advice and you will not get into any kind of trouble. So these are the few tips I would like to share, Pratyusha. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, ma'am. Yeah, absolutely. Be aware, be proactive, and build meaningful relationships, and understand your surroundings and know when you can voice out. But the system is there, but how do you use the system? Only if you become aware. And I think that's, ma'am, thanks so much for that. And as ma'am was saying that there is offline, online, I think SCSC has built a very great e-learning module, which I want to share with you all. It's a 20-minute e-learning module called the Safety Awareness for Employees. All men and women, all industry and support staff. It's available in English, Hindi, Telugu. It's a 20-minute module. I'm sure you love YouTube content. Please go through it, understand, gain more knowledge. And there are many more, cyber e-content which has been created for everybody to understand, your daughters, your sons, and people around you, to ensure that we reach out to more people. And with that, absolutely, thanks a lot, Krishna, for giving us the vision for SCSC. And ma'am, DCP ma'am, thanks a lot for being able to lead the teams to create a safer place. And wishing you all a wonderful evening. And that's SCSC and Cyberabad Police welcoming you once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DCP ma'am, Krishna and Pratyusha, for that wonderful interaction. I think you summed it up really right in terms of SHE teams, awareness, knowledge, volunteers. I think as a community, we all need to come together and really work together to make Cyberabad a safe place. Thank you very much. I would now like to take the privilege to invite Mr. Stephen Ravindra, IPS, to deliver his address. Mr. Stephen Ravindra, IPS, is currently posted as the Commissioner of Police, Cyberabad. Over the years, he has worked as an ASP and SP in the Maoist-affected districts of Warangal, Adilabad, Karimnagar, and Anantapur, and has rich experience in handling left-wing extremism, factionalism, crime, communalism, anti-narcotics, and more. He also worked as Joint Commissioner of Police, Cyberabad Commissionerate, and has also worked as DCP of East and West Zones in Hyderabad City Police. As SP of CM Security Group and as Deputy Inspector General of Police of the Special Forces called Greyhounds. For his distinguished service, Mr. Stephen Ravindra has been a proud recipient of several awards. Notable amongst those are the Antrik Suraksha Seva Padak in 2004, the Police Medal for Gallantry in 2005, the Prime Minister's Police Medal for Life Saving in 2011, and the Indian Police Medal for Meritorious Services in 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also pleased to tell you he is currently the chairman of SCSC and is the guiding force behind all the initiatives of SCSC, including this wonderful event that has been put together to celebrate women empowerment. I take the privilege to invite him to the stage and request him to deliver his address. Mr. Stephen Ravindra.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and to all the esteemed members of various panels. I extend my deepest gratitude in welcoming all the distinguished women who have taken their time out of their daily schedules to be present here today. Thank you all for being here. This is not an ordinary evening. This is not an ordinary conclave. The She Empower Conclave, organized by the SCSC, is taking place after a span of 2 years. In these 2 years, the world has been through the worst challenge ever faced by mankind. The pandemic has left us all in uncertainty. It has challenged our ways of thinking and functioning. Particularly, the pandemic has affected the lives of women across the globe. With workspaces and office spaces being shrunk inside homes, women have had to juggle home and work together. More often than not, a lot of pressure has fallen upon our women within and outside homes. Many women have lost their livelihoods, and for some, the work pressure has caused many mental issues. Doctors and women who work in the medical fraternity have had a real tough 2 years. Consequently, this has left many women in dire need of support, both financially and emotionally. For us at the SCSC and Telangana government, women are the true COVID warriors. But that said, women have had a strenuous and arduous journey during the last 2 years. Despite the gender regressive scenario, such as 1.2 times higher job losses by women compared to men, disruption of work-life balance, increased domestic violence, high school dropout for girls during the pandemic, women have done remarkably well both at work and homes. It is not out of place to mention here that the incredible contribution of our Cyberabad women police force, about 309, that is about 48% of the women force was down with COVID in the past 2 years. Despite the attrition and overwhelming odds, our women force did not back down. They were deployed at critical places such as airports, containment zones, highly infectious hospitals and quarantine centers, from taking care of children at their homes to handling migrant labor on the streets. Our Cyberabad women force led from the front and served the people. May I request you to give a big round of applause for all these brave women. But despite it all, our women have demonstrated strength, adaptability, and flexibility. They have inspired and empowered other women in time of uncertainty, despair, and turmoil by honing in on their wisdom, experience, insights, and expertise to offer value to others in this time. Personally speaking, I have witnessed the manner in which my wife had handled COVID when many in my family got infected. She not only took care of the family, but made sure everyone around her was taken care. Such is the grit and tenacity of every woman, that they rise and lead when it matters the most. Today, as I speak, many women across the globe and in Hyderabad continue to display their strength. As we all know, women in our country are a vulnerable section. They face a lot of atrocities in both public and private spheres because of the existing gender inequalities. Feeling safe and secure is the prime importance for women, child or adult. Here at SCSC, we prioritize women. Path-breaking initiatives of women's forums such as Margadharshaks and Sangamitra have immensely helped women in distress during these tough times. The approach we follow towards supporting and empowering women can be briefly summed up in these 3 R's, that is respect, reach out, and rise. Women and their issues need to be respected. They have to be heard out, listened to the said and unsaid, and acted upon in empathetic and holistic manner that doesn't leave the women feel vulnerable and exploited. A woman's modesty is her strength. No matter where she works, what chores she does, a woman, a daughter, a sister, mother, friend needs to be respected, and her problems need to be accepted. There are no 2 ways about this. Secondly, reaching out to women in need who find it difficult to share their problems. This can only be done by creating a conducive environment to provide meaningful and effective ways to women to be able to communicate, reach out, and speak. We at Cyberabad Security Council believe strongly that women can and are taking active agency to overcome their inhibitions and weaknesses. I stand here at this conclave, urge all the women here to channelize their inner courage and reach out. Reaching out is an important factor and the first step in seeking support. We at the Cyberabad Security Council and Cyberabad Police are there to support and encourage you throughout your journey. Last but not the least, rise. You are what you choose to be. Difficulties arise and we become stronger with each passing day. The age-old adage, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stays true. So I urge all the women present here to strive through the challenges and rise up. We are with you. Take support from outside and choose to help each other out. In the words of the English poet William Henley, it matters not how difficult the gate, how charged the punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. In conclusion, I would like to say that each and every one of us has the capacity to bounce back. And this pandemic has shown how resilient and strong women are to bounce into achiever we dream of. Let us all come together to make that dream possible for our women. As women transition for work from home and in-person work, I urge everybody to empathize and support them with flexible leave and work options, and more importantly, giving them what is called as their own space. I hope today's conclave will be highly thought-provoking and empowers you all. I thank eminent speakers from the industry, the government, and the society who readily accepted to be a part of this conclave. As we try to keep the cities safe for women, we seek your active support in all our endeavors. I also take this opportunity to thank the team SCSC, led by its Secretary General Krishna, Joint Secretary Pratyusha, our DCP Women's Safety Wing, the convener of this forum, Ms. Anusuya, and all the members of the Women's Forum, the vibrant groups of the volunteers, the Secretariat team, and friends from the media. Thank you and have a great evening ahead.
Thank you, sir, for your very thoughtful message. We are very fortunate to be working with you under your leadership. And I'm sure SCSC will see many wonderful initiatives coming the people's way under your guidance and leadership. We'll move to the next session. And this is, the session is going to be dwelling upon the theme on reach. Vara Nazarain, a renowned novelist, had once stated, and I quote, "When you reach for the stars, you are reaching for the farthest thing out there. When you reach deep into yourself, it is the same thing, but in the opposite direction. If you reach in both directions, you will have spanned the universe." And I end quote. The SCSC Women's Forum has worked tirelessly to create a conducive environment to encourage and build confidence, courage, resilience, and the ability to speak up as factors that are key to an authentically inclusive and empowering culture. When in need, one must continue to strive to reach deep within and reach out when required to be able to derive courage and get the necessary support. To deliberate further on this theme, we have amidst us two very distinguished and highly respected women leaders, and I'm sure most of you may be familiar with them. May I now call upon Ms. Shikha Goyal, IPS, and Ms. Divya Devarajan, IAS, to please come up on stage. I'd request Ms. Vishnu Priya to accompany them to the stage, please. As a settle down, let me also take the opportunity to introduce the leaders here. Ms. Shikha Goyal, IPS, a 1994 batch IPS officer, has served in Jammu and Kashmir, erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, and now in Telangana in different capacities, including IGCID, IGCISF in the NS headquarters, Additional Director, ACB, that is Anti-Corruption Bureau, DCP North Zone, Hyderabad, Andhra Pradesh, Super SP of Police in Medak. She was Additional SP, Crime and Railways, and Assistant SP in J&K during the initial days of her career. Currently, she is the Director of Anti-Corruption Bureau, Telangana Police. It was a power to bring a positive change that associated with the uniform that really inspired her to join the department. She has been instrumental in crafting many programs over the years to enhance awareness about child sexual abuse, empowering women and initiatives like Women on Wheels, Bharosa, and the She Teams. For her meritorious service, she's been conferred with President's Medal, Police Medal. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Shikha Goyal, IPS. Ms. Divya Devarajan, an IAS officer of 2010 batch, and she's currently serving as Special Secretary, Department for Women, Children, Disabled and Senior Citizens, Government of Telangana, and she's also the Commissioner for Women and Women Development and Child Welfare Department. She's an alumnus of BITS Pilani University with an MSc Honors, Physics and MSc Honors in Physics, and BE Honors in Electrical and Electronics. She was chosen as a Best Officer Trainee of her IAS batch in both the professional courses and the district training, and won the coveted Subhash Dua Memorial Gold Medal in LBS NAA. An interesting fact that many of you may not be aware is, in Adilabad district, there's a village that's named after her for her exemplary work in the district. The village is called Divya Goda. For her contribution as an IAS officer, she received Outstanding Women in Public Service Category Award by Inadu Group on the International Women's Day in 2020. She's also received an award for the Chief Electoral Office from the Chief Electoral Office and State Election Commission for effective conduct of elections in her tenure as an collector in Adilabad district. As an IAS officer, she has served in various capacities as District Collector Adilabad district, Vikarabad district, Joint Collector Khammam, and Project Officer ITDA Bhadrachalam, and as a Project Director for IT and Communications Department and Sub-Collector Bhongir. Before joining the Indian Administrative Services, she volunteered for various causes like improving education, income of self-help groups through different not-for-profits or agencies. Thank you, ma'am, for being here with us. Let me also introduce Ms. Vishnu Priya. She's the one who will be leading the conversation with Ms. Shikha Goyal and Ms. Divya Devarajan. Vishnu Priya is a seasoned corporate communications, social responsibility, diversity and inclusion champion over the last 22 years in the industry. She's been an active member at the various industry forums and has been associated with SCSC over 5 years, having led Women's Forum as Joint Secretary from 2016 to 2018. Her previous corporate stint was with Wells Fargo, where she held various leadership positions as Vice President in a decade-long stint in Wells Fargo. She's currently working as leader for communications and branding at Gloplax. That said, I'm now going to hand over the mic to Vishnu Priya to leading the conversation on the theme here. Vishnu Priya, over to you.
Thank you so much, Srini. I hope you can hear me. Mics, okay, good. So welcome, first of all, to Shikha ma'am, Divya ma'am. I'm so privileged and honored to be sitting here in your august presence. So if I'm nervous, please don't blame me for it. I also want to say good evening to everyone who's present here and all those who are with us virtually. So welcome to you too, and thank you for joining us. It is for you that we are doing this event. So you are the most important people for sure, the audience. So before I get started, and again, my job here is to get to hear from both of you. So it's very easy because there's a lot I'm sure we are going to hear from you. But before that, I just want to extend my gratitude and my congratulations to the SCSC team led by Sir, Stephen Sir, Krishna, and I don't see him here, Pratyusha, Anusuya ma'am, for doing what you do and the kind of work that you have been doing for the society. So congratulations and thank you. We'll get started. So, the topic that we have today is reach, or in Hindi, if you were to use another word for reach, is pahunch. And we thought when we look at this word, there are multiple connotations to it. And as we talk through, I thought we could touch upon probably 3 aspects, Divya ma'am and Shikha ma'am. And first, we would like to understand your story. So people know you with your designations and such a long introduction that we heard of you. There was, I'm sure, a little girl there when you were growing up, a teenager who was confused as many of us have at homes, or a young trainee when you started in your police service, ma'am. You have reached here, and how did you get here? And we could first start with understanding how did you reach your aspiration? And I invite you, Shikha ma'am, first, and then Divya ma'am will go to you.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure being here. And the pleasure is all ours, I should say. I don't have an under the lamppost kind of a story to share with you. I was born in a middle-class family and was quite loved and protected by my parents. So for me, the struggle has basically been with myself rather than with the external world. When I decided to give the UPSC exam and managed to crack it, I did not realize that I would have to go through such a scale of transformation which this service would need. I was a shy and introvert sort of a person, and this job put me in the spotlight from the very first day. I was mindful of the fact that I'm going to be donning uniform, which in the last 100 years has been donned by men with macho images. So it's been a long and a learning journey from the day I joined the National Police Academy to today as director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. It's been interesting. It has transformed me, as you were talking, from a shy girl to someone who's actually able to sit on the stage. In fact, in the morning when I was talking to my father and just mentioned that I'd be going to a panel discussion or something, he to this day is amazed of the fact that someone like me can actually sit on the stage, at least come on the stage. I had such a stage fright. And my father was reminding me that in school, once he had forced me to participate in an elocution competition. And that was the first and the last time that I participated in any. So it has been a big change. And what I feel and what I would like to say to all of you is that never let anything prevent you from desiring or aspiring for things which are not in your comfort zone. For me, I mean, to just give an example, for me, the first struggle started with the outdoors in the National Police Academy. So from managing the obstacles to the rock climbing, everything was a struggle. Every day was a struggle. And I distinctly remember the day when we were supposed to, and I'm sure Stephen would remember, must have gone through during this training, we are supposed to do that rock climbing. And I remember standing on top of that huge rock, which we were supposed to rappel down, and seeing those tiny ambulances from above. And I realized that a single mistake today, and these ambulances are not going to be of any use to me. So today, when I look back, gives me a lot of sense of satisfaction that I was able to push my boundaries and manage to clear that my training without any concessions. When we, for any of us, and I'm sure Divya would have experienced it, and many of the women here, when we are, working, joining as young people or working anywhere, it is our reputation which you build in the first couple of years, which actually carries through your career. And especially, for us in the government service, and even more true for women who are in jobs which are basically more of male dominated spaces. So, in this service, especially in the police service, and maybe I can talk about police service because I know I've that more than anything else. So at many times, many of the people try to, in their good faith, try to be, very protective towards you. They try to prevent you from experiencing the gruesomeness which in sometimes this job entails. But I've been very mindful of the fact that their care or whatever their concern should not in any way hinder, my progress or hinder my innate desire to be a professionally competent officer. Because I always believe that in whatever space you are there or whatever space you are working, you are an officer first and your gender comes later. And that is very important so as to maintain that professionalism. And I remember the very first instance when, we are during the phase of training in the state. I was in Jammu and Kashmir. You were supposed to work as an SHO for some time. And as in charge, so I was in charge of SHO of one of the police stations. And just in a couple of days into it, and there was a message which came on the set saying that 2 dead bodies found near the river bank. So the actual SHO of the police station was still there. Jammu Kashmir being a militantly affected, so they had that guy also, and he was like quite persuasive in a way, saying that madam ji, you don't need to go, aapko jaane ka zarurat nahi hai, hum log dekh lenge. And it is then that it came to me that if I don't do this task today, one, my own struggle with myself of moving out of this front, that I hadn't come in close contact with a dead body prior to this. I mean, the only one was seeing one of my grandmother when I was a very small kid, or one visit to the mortuary which the National Police Academy takes you, but where you go in a group and you hardly go inside, it's not. So it was for me going to be the first experience of actually being close to something like that. So I thought that if there are two things, if I don't go, one, it is something I will not be able to come out for myself. And second is that my, my reputation or the faith of the capacity of me being a police officer who can go through anything would get affected on this very first day. So I decided to go, and I went about professionally and did whatever was supposed to be done. And that is something, while my people were expecting that probably I'm going to faint or something, and nothing like that. I did not give them the pleasure of all that. So, it is very important that, especially when you know that you are working in a gendered and a stereotypical setup, that you conduct and perform your work in such a way, because it is not only that it affects you, but it is also affects all the other women who are either presently doing or working in that organization, or the ones who aspire to come into that organization. So it builds kind of trend. So for me, I would say my journey has been the willingness to come out of my comfort zone and to push my boundaries. And the other definitely factor which has helped me reach wherever little I have reached is the family. And I was reading a book by the most recent book by Indra Nooyi, My Life in Full. And I agree completely when she says that my family is my foundation and the force that has propelled me. So I do feel that family is a support system which can actually give your aspirations the wing which they need. Thank you.
So well said, ma'am. So well said. One of the things that it's really caught my attention, I think it's so important, is while we talk about gender and inclusion, like you said, when we choose a field, we should not be looking for concessions, not on the basis of gender at all, So I think while we talk about inclusion, while we talk about making the place more inclusive, yet it's important for us women also to understand that we are choosing a profession and there are certain things that come with it. So I think you make a great point, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing that. Divya ma'am, the same question to you, from the little girl, from the confused teenager to where you are today, and amazing amount of work that you have done. And I've been reading up, and ma'am, even on you, I've been reading up. So I'm amazed, but your story in your words.
So good evening to one and all. It's really an honor to be here. And today I would share certain things with you because, as Shikha ma'am said, that it's not that IAS and IPS officers come from very affluent backgrounds or very prominent families. Many of us come from very normal families and middle class families, and how we make this journey and rise to the occasion and take up the mantle and do the leadership roles. So I'm also a girl from a normal middle class family. My parents, my father is from an agriculture family. He's the first engineer in his village. So I used to go to his village during the holidays. and it's in Tamil Nadu. My grandfather was always in debt due to the agricultural mishaps. And I think the farming crisis has become a little bit better now, but this farmers being indebted, I think it still continues. So as a child, when I went to this native place of mine, which is called Varagur, so one fine day, there was a knock at the village house, and we saw the officials from the bank come to do an operation called Zapti. Zapti is, I think, a Mughal term that would mean that if you haven't repaid your loans, then they would come to evacuate and take out all the utensils and other belongings that you have. So I remember my grandfather went to the local temple to hide, because then only if children or women are there in the household, then they can't do the Zapti. So this kind of was etched in my memory, that, you know, why farmers have to be indebted and what can we do to make their lives better. My father was the first engineer, and when he used to take me to his village, he always told me that, see, as an engineer, I didn't have the guidance that you could write civil services. When I electrified the villages and when I gave water connections and the electricity connections to their pumps, they were so thrilled, and the smiles that you could see on their face. If you're an IAS officer, you could do it in every field. That, you know, I could do it only in electricity field and you could do it in different fields. So that kind of inspired me to reach out for civil services. And my mom is another inspiration in my life. She was the fourth of the 12 children in her family, and she was the fourth daughter. You can very well imagine, if you're the fourth daughter, what would happen. So her mother was threatened that my grandfather would be married off to another lady because she can't produce sons. So, and my poor grandmother also, if she's so shocked that she's had a fourth girl child. So she had to struggle through life, and her mother was always angry with her, and that, you know, she didn't bring luck. Thankfully, the fifth was a son, and the attention all went to him. But she's one of the first few dentists in the town which she hails from. And, you know, there were a lot of doctors, if you knew from the times of early 1900s, but dentists were very few among women. And even in her batch, she was one among the 5 young women to become dentists. And I would like to share this, that, you know, we all have so much of misgivings and rules for women, that you could have a stethoscope and you could touch another man with a stethoscope. You could perform operations, but you can't leave your hand inside another man's mouth. That's not welcome. So she really had to struggle to establish her practice. And thanks to us, when me and my brother were born, she had to give up her practice. After 7 long years, after we grew up, she bounced back and set up a clinic in Chennai, and even now she practices dentistry. So both my mom and dad have been, in their own small way, have been inspiring. And my mom has always told me that, you know, you need to aspire. Usually women are always told, don't aspire. If you settle down in a nice family and you have kids, then your life is made. But my mom has always been, you should definitely aspire wherever you are to be the best. So I think that has definitely inspired me, and that's how my journey went. And both my mom and dad's upbringing has made me always grounded, that, you know, this power and money, you all might be thinking that just because we are in IAS or IPS, we are very rich. We are not. We get only normal government salaries. And if we travel to our hometowns, we still have to travel in public transport, because the official vehicle is only for us to use in our places of posting. So this grounding really helps us And this empathy and compassion helps us to understand what a common man goes through. So I've traveled in public transport all my student life, and it's very nice to hear Anasuya Garu today. I wish she was there when I was traveling in my public transport when I was a student. So Chennai is also notorious for e-teasing, and a lot of things happen there. So that's when it got me thinking that why should we keep cribbing? Why can't we be the change in the world that we want to create? So these are certain public posts where we can be the change. And I'm glad I took this route. And to this day, I'm happy that every day I can serve and I can make a small change in people's life. And this journey has been very satisfying so far. I hope I will be able to continue to do so in the future too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I'm sure everyone who's listening in and who is sitting here will totally understand. Like you said, we see people sitting here thinking they have been born to be this. Both of you worked so hard to be here and have had your focus clear, sometimes not clear. And it's really about being there and being at it and your hard work, which is shown. So that brings us to the end of this section, and we will go on to the next section that we have. So one quote that comes to my mind, and Maya Angelou seems to be the theme of the evening today, but I thought this really sums up what you spoke about, both of you. My mission in life is not merely to survive, but to thrive. My mission in life is not merely to survive, but to thrive, and to do so with some passion, some compassion, some humor, and some style. Thank you so much for doing what you do. Ma'am, the second section of reach, and the way we understood reach is and a very big part, especially having working with SCSC for about 5 years now. We've helped design a couple of programs. One of the things that we see, which is hugely missing, is awareness. Right? People don't know where to go to when they are in trouble. And many a time they don't even think there's a solution to the problem that they're facing. So in that context, if you can talk about, ma'am, from your perspective, from the police's perspective, the various avenues that are available, and also what would you say to women who are in distress, and how they can reach out? I think there's confidence required, there's faith required in the system as well. So a little bit of that, ma'am. And ma'am, similarly, I'll come to you to talk about, in your context, in your professional context, how can people reach out? What are the various things that you are doing? So, ma'am, start with you.
One part is how to reach out to, to the police or something, which is a fairly easy part to dwell upon. So I'll probably come to it at later. The other part is, otherwise, how to reach out in the sense, as women or as youth, how do you understand that there is a need to reach out? In our times, or maybe our before generation, it would be very easy to reach out to anybody. You had a circle of friends, you lived in a larger family, you had so much social connection, real life connection. If anything happens, कहीं लड़ाई हो गई, हाथ पैर तोड़ दिया एक दूसरे का, somebody will take care of you, everything. But in the last 2 decades, the way things have changed in the society, the way rapid growth has happened, whether it is urbanization, whether it is information explosion, whether it is development in social sector, or the technology and everything. That, in a way, although it has connected us globally, but it has actually isolated us. So, and it has kind of opened up Pandora's box of problem for the youth of today. There is, they have very high aspirations, nothing wrong in having that. but a vehicle at 25, a house at 30, and so on and so forth, does put tremendous amount of pressure on you. Similarly, the need to reinvent oneself is so frequent. I don't think it was ever required in our time or generation before that. So everything gets outdated so early, so quickly, whether it is your cell phone, your mobile phone, or whether it's your skill set. So therefore, this, I'm sure, puts an additional pressure on all of us, on all of you, all the young people around here. And then even Ansuya was talking in the previous panel discussion, is that there is real life social relationships and connections are somehow missing. So you may have 100 or 1,000 friends on your social media or on the Facebook, but do you have one friend or any person who can have your back at 2 a.m. when you need help? So what we project on the social media is what we want the world to see. That is a very small curated slice of the complex our life is. And the reality is very, very different in most of the cases. Now, this distinction one needs to understand. And if you don't, then it is somewhere it causes alienation, which at times can even cause mental health issues. We're seeing that the mental health issues are going younger and younger now. So what actually we need, and to reach out, the first thing which you need to understand is to see that yes, these issues exist. It is these issues, it is which impacts us, all of us. And we all of us need our safe spaces, and if you don't have that safety net, your reactions at many times are going to be very extreme. You see the way people respond at times to issues or something on the social media. I mean, we become too angry or associated or emotional about things we don't even actually know about. So we need to understand that these issues exist. And once you know that this exists, then the thing is, how do you reach out? So I think one really important thing is to have real life relationships and associations. You have to have that circle of trust, somebody who is ready to listen to you, somebody to whom you can go and talk, somebody heart out, and somebody who will not judge you by what you are saying. This is very, very essential when we're talking about reaching out. When there are issues specific to women, I think Zoya herself told a lot about what are the different things, whether it is harassment at public places, whether it is the workplace harassment, whether it is intimate partner violence, or whether it is the cyber world issue. So there are all of them which exist, and for all of them, as far as the police or the government is concerned, various initiatives have been taken up. A lot already we've heard about the SHE teams, Bharosa Center, the Sakhi centers which are there, which can be approached. For all types of cyber crimes, there is a specific new portal which has been started, on which any cyber crime can be reported, especially the financial cyber crimes can be reported on that, so that you lose whatever money you lose, chances are that you save it. Then about SHE teams, about Bharosa, about the Sakhi centers where intimate partner violence and all can be handled. And for all police kind of assistance, although there are various numbers for various different things, but the easiest to remember is dial 100. So if you dial 100, you can reach to any of the police services which one requires for. But importance is to understand that one, help is available, and second, that you need help and you are ready to seek help. A large point number time, we are not ready to accept the fact that we are in need of help. So you need to understand that, and we have to. This is, and especially the pandemic has brought in a lot of additional issues for everyone, especially for women. It has tilted the balance at home. Work from home, whether it is the woman working from home or the family working for others working from home, it has tilted the space, the work-life balance completely for women, impacting them more. So we have to realize that these are difficult times, and therefore reaching out is essential. And it is not that you take upon yourself to solve all problems in life. You need to reach out and talk to others.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that's very helpful. Divya, ma'am, over to you.
So I second Shika ma'am. Reaching out, the first step is to understand you need to reach out. A lot of us think of family, honor. It's a very big hurdle in reaching out. So we should all understand that this happens all across, right from the very rich to the very poor. And in fact, I think the poor people reach out more, and the middle class and the rich reach out less because of this very elusive term called family honor. Stigma. So what will happen if someone comes to know that I'm having this problem? So that's very sad. The perpetrator goes around flaunting, and the survivor always has to think twice before reaching out. So that stigma needs to go, and the first step is to understand that there is help out there and we need to reach out. So as ma'am said, 100 is the best number when you're in distress and in emergency. I would like to add on to that. We have a 24/7 women helpline called 181. So if you call this number 181, they will understand what is your distress, and they would immediately transfer your call to the appropriate help that you seek. So please do make use of this number and reach out when you're in need. The second issue is we have these one-stop crisis center for women called Sakhi centers. It is working in coordination and complementary to Bharosa centers. The Sakhi centers are there in every district, one per district. The Sakhi center also has vehicles. If you're unable to come to the Sakhi center and there is a real need, even the counselor as well as the legal counselor will come to the place of distress. So you can reach out to Sakhi centers by calling 181 or also visiting physically. It is available in our website wherever the Sakhi centers are there. So the Sakhi centers also provide 5 days of immediate shelter. Usually what happens is, like, a woman or a lady who is undergoing domestic abuse does not know where to go. Many a times families won't accept her because they would compel her to stay with the husband even if she's undergoing domestic abuse. So she wouldn't know where to go. So this Sakhi centers, they provide 5 days of emergency immediate shelter. And once they understand the need, they will also place them in different categories of shelters as per their affordability and their requirement. So I would urge you to spread this message about Sakhi centers and of course about Bharosa centers. So these centers have trained staff and how to deal with such certain emergencies, certain distress, and guide them legally as well as otherwise how to go about seeking help. So apart from this, I would also like to talk about the children helpline. The children helpline is 1098. You would have heard about it in different forums. It's a national helpline, 1098, in whichever part of the country or city you are in, you can dial 1098 for a child in distress. So in this November 14th, we are very happy to say that we have also introduced in Telangana vehicles called Bal Rakshak vehicles. These Bal Rakshak vehicles will also reach when a child dials or a person who knows a child is in distress dials, and go along with the police vehicle, because the police vehicle will go and catch the offender, the perpetrator, but what happens to the child? So our team goes there and takes care of the child who's in distress and shifts the child immediately to a safe space. The safe space could be a childcare institution, or the safe space could be the Bala Rakshak Bhavans, which we have in the government setup, where the child welfare committee will immediately sit and understand what is the immediate need of the child. So be it 181 or 1098, both are available 24/7. You could reach out to these numbers and definitely seek help. And lastly, I would like to say that prevention is better than cure in any of these issues. So we all as a community should definitely work towards that. So at home, we should definitely teach our children, not only the girls as well as the boys, what is good touch and what is bad touch, and who is a safe adult and who is an unsafe adult, and whom they can reach out to when they feel uneasy. This is extremely important. You know, we are in this misconception that things don't happen to boys and that things don't happen to children in our community, in our society. But if you see child abuse figures and data, it's always a known person who abuses the child. So please ensure that you have a channel of communication with your child, especially the teenagers. Tell them that it's okay, that if something like that has already happened to them and it's of no grave consequence, but it's very important for them to reach out and ensure that they talk about it and ensure that they're safer in the future. Similarly, in office spaces, the main problem we face is that some of them don't even realize that they are into harassment. Some of the women and men think that the way they speak and the way they crack jokes and the way they behave is normal, and they don't even realize that they're doing something wrong. Sensitization is a very important thing which can be a very good prevention tool, because in office spaces, especially the IT, we have a lot of people coming from different backgrounds these days. So in different backgrounds and different culture, they come with a lot of baggage. So we need to ensure that we have to have some basic principles, and the sensitization really helps. So if every employee, be it a man or a woman, goes through this sensitization, then they'll at least know that something is wrong. And lastly, I would like to urge all the corporate leaders here. You're all leaders and managers in your office. Please ensure that each of your office has an internal committee. This internal complaints committee is there for handling complaints of sexual harassment. So these internal complaints committee, first of all, needs to be there. The second thing is it needs to be sensitive and trained. We often find on paper the internal complaints committee is there, but unfortunately, the members are not sensitized. They don't know what to do when a woman comes and complains that there has been a harassment. But if the sensitization and the training of the internal committee is taken up, and I'm sure CSC is doing wonderful work, but I would also urge that, you know, these trainings of IC members is also extremely important. Then you will get good decisions. And lastly, And definitely when a complaint comes, it has to be dealt with firmly. And even if it is from the top echelons of the company, then every company with a good social fabric should deal with it firmly. Only then these ICs will be effective. And if ICs do not function properly, you can always again reach out to this 181 and we'll try and see how to make it effective. So, the government or the police cannot be there everywhere to solve issues. But definitely we have created a platform for you to reach out on. And if every one of you do your bit by, for example, strengthening your ICs and making your office space more inclusive, sensitizing your employees and training them in gender issues, then I'm sure it would be a vibrant place to work and we'll all be much better off. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I don't think we have time for questions. I've already got a signal from there. So I'm really, really grateful to both of you for being here, Shikha ma'am, Divya ma'am, and sorry for the delay as well. I'll conclude now this panel with just these two lines. ये रास्ते ले जाएंगे ऊंचाइयों के शिखर तक, हौसला रख. ये रास्ते ले जाएंगे ऊंचाइयों के शिखर तक, हौसला रख. कहीं सुना है कि अंधेरे ने सवेरा ना होने दिया हो. With that, thank you so much. Really appreciate. And you are true role models. Please keep doing the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please stay on for some time. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here with us and sharing your stories that have been so authentic and inspiring. And I'm sure a lot of people out here would have loved listening to you. May I now call upon Mr. Avinash Mohanty, IPS, Joint Commissioner of Police, Cyberabad, to come up on stage and felicitate our guests here on the stage, Ms. Shikha Goyal and Ms. Divya Devarajan. Mr. Avinash Mohanty, please. On behalf of SCSC, we are very happy to have Ms. Shikha Goyal being amongst us. May I request Mr. Mohanty to hand over a memento, a sapling. Just turn. I request now Mr. Avinash Mohanty to felicitate Ms. Divya Devarajan, IAS. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vishnu. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. For the next session, may I invite my co-host, Sapna.
Let us now join our next set of speakers for a fireside chat over Zoom. I would like to welcome Ms. Charita Vadurevu and Dr. Anand Shankar, Ms. Charita Vadarevu was inducted into Kuchipudi dance at the tender age of 5. She was a student of late Padma Shri Dr. Shobha Naidu. Under the tutelage of her guru over the last decade, she honed her bhavam and nrityam and has performed at temples in Tirumala, Mylapore, and also on Doordarshan. She is an ardent seeker of knowledge and has been a follower of the Ramakrishna Mutt. She is the youngest student to be conferred a diploma with a distinction in German language from the Vivekananda Institute of Foreign Languages. Growing up, she was also an NCC Army Wing Cadet and has won medals in rifle shooting, as well as completed her bachelor's from St. Francis College, Hyderabad, in English literature, mass communication, and social management, and is now pursuing law from the Symbiosis Law School, Pune. Dr. Anand Shankar Jayant is an Indian classical dancer, choreographer, scholar, and bureaucrat, known for her proficiency in the classical dance forms of Bharatnatyam and Kuchipudi. She is the first woman officer in the Indian Railway Traffic Service on South Central Railway, and her 2009 TED Talk is ranked amongst the top 12 incredible TED Talks on cancer. She is the recipient of the Sangeet Natak Academy Award, Kalai Mamani Award of the Government of Tamil Nadu, and the Kalaratna Award of the Government of Andhra Pradesh. The Government of India awarded her the 4th highest civilian honor of the Padma Shri in 2007 for her contribution to arts. Dr. Ananda holds a master's degree in ancient Indian history, where she topped her university, a MPhil in art history, and a PhD in tourism. She actively lectures on breast cancer support and advocacy issues. Welcome, ma'am.
Hyderabad,
Please have the
a
video
cultural
on.
extravaganza known as the Pearl City of India, is now witnessing tremendous growth in all sectors. The city made by its people and their rich tradition weaves a story in itself. The government of Telangana, with its progressive vision, has been successful in driving a holistic development agenda by creating a vibrant IT hub in Hyderabad, fostered by a safe environment, because of which the IT hub became home to many multinationals. While the growth of the ITS industry has placed Hyderabad on the world map, there is another story that has been a nerve center to uphold the heritage by constantly striving to keep the city safe and secure from all distress. It is the story of Society for Cyberabad Security Council, set up as a collaboration of Cyberabad police and representatives from the IT industry. SCSC paved a roadmap.
This is supposed to be an online session, but since I live in Hyderabad, I chose to come here. So it's hybrid in its entirety. The question is how the arts impact technology and vice versa. I think the very presumption and premise that art and technology are mutually exclusive of each other is maybe the first mistake. If you remember, I think Steve Jobs said this, that the best of design intersects at the crossroads of arts and technology. Your iPhone, your iPad, everything, all the technological inputs that we use, the gadgets that we use on a daily basis, intersect at the crossroad of art. When I mean art, I mean design, I mean the whole aspect of art, not just in the performance or that which is shown as entertainment, but art in its entirety, of the visual, of the performing, and the plastic arts. I think the minute we don't make that distinction, I think the marriage of arts and technology is already happening. And in our own minds, if we don't make that distinction, it'll be a good thing. Taking forward your idea of the importance of art in a technological driven world, I think in today's day and age, especially during the pandemic, I think all of us have become painters, poets, writers, because we have so much time on our hands, we've all dipped into our talent. And that is something that is unique to all of us. And that talent is something that blossomed during this pandemic, maybe one of the good side effects of the pandemic. And it all went through the prism of technology. We were sharing it through technology, through all the media that we use on a daily basis. So the first premise, I think, would be, Charitra, is to not make that distinction of arts and technology. They go hand in hand. Maybe sometimes one is above the other, but they go hand in hand and they go together. And I think that, to me, in my own personal life, that's what has happened. Your question is kind of not clear. There's an echo on your voice.
Dreams, and we are forgetting to delve in the real pleasures of life. How would you advise us youngsters to pursue our passions and not get stuck in the monotony of life?
Well, for all of us who work in the spaces of the public spaces of a professional job, I have a theory, Charitra, and for all of you who are working in the corporate space, in the government space, in the workspace. You see, whenever we enter into a workspace area, we come there after a whole lot of core competency training. We are trained as doctors, we are trained as bureaucrats, we are trained as engineers, we are trained as artists. We enter that workspace with that core competency. But once you enter that core space, that workspace, the first thing you surrender, you sacrifice there is your unique talent. In our attempt to align and confirm and to be seen as with it and be with the group, I think we tend to completely surrender and negate our own unique talent. And that unique talent for me is what I call core competency. Core competency is, I call it core strength. Core competency is what gets you a job. Core strength is who you are. And core strength comes from your passion. Your deep passion, your deep talent, your unique talent. Nothing else will make you stronger than your unique talent. And invariably, that's what you surrender. So the trick is to stay the course, to nourish, cherish, and to follow your heart's following, your talent, your unique talent, the talent that you've been born with. And that is an essential part of life. You will wonder, why am I talking of talent when you've landed this fantastic job and you want to be 24/7 reveling in it and doing well? Wonderful. But there will be a time when all of us are challenged. Life challenges all of us. The business of life is to challenge us, and therein lies our greatest learning. And during such times, whether it's the workspace or the personal space, when life challenges you, the one thing that will come to your rescue, will support you, will handhold you across that speed breaker, I would call it, is your unique talent. And that is why you must nurture it. I will give you my own example. I'm an officer. I've served as an officer of the Ministry of Railways from the Indian Railway Traffic Service of the 1987 batch, much senior to all of these young officers who were speaking today. I've served in the same department that Divya has worked in for some time in the government of then Andhra Pradesh. But be that as it may, while I served a full-time operations-driven service like the railways, Indian Railway Traffic Service, as well as the service in the government of Andhra Pradesh, I continued to pursue and practice my innate talent, a talent that I had trained for as a youngster, a talent that I continued as a Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi dancer. It wasn't easy. There were times, officers, friendly officers, when I joined service, actually told me, "Ab bas bhi karo, dance kyun karte ho? Ab naukri mil gaya na, ab chodo. All India services mein aa gaye, ab chodo." But I said, no, I have made a promise to myself and to my parents that I will pursue my art. And hence the negotiation and the navigation with officers, with your system begins. But it's easy. 24 hours is a long time in a human's life, in a day of a human's life. So my rehearsals would be at 6 in the morning and then to work and then come back and practice. So it is possible. So like a good railway officer, I tread 2 tracks of the railways and dance. But why did it come to my rescue? Is in 2008, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. And through it all, I decided to dance. Because I promised to myself that I will make cancer one page in my life and not the book of my life. I promised to myself that I will ride cancer and not allow cancer to ride me. I also promised to myself that I won't say why me, and I will say I will not be called, I will make cancer into dancer. I just said I'll change that alphabet. And that became my journey. So the passion and the talent that I had invested in, nourished and nurtured and cherished over many decades, came to my rescue when life threw a curveball. A curveball that can be thrown at all of us. God forbid any of you hear the word cancer, but challenge we all will be. And when that challenge is thrown at us, what will come to our rescue is our core strength. And in my case, it was dance. And hence, I go back to what Charitra asked me about, how do you keep the balance between your art and your workspace? Well, it's simple. You have to make time for it. You have to negotiate and negotiate with your workspace, navigate your living time, and figure out how you can do both. It's not necessary that every talent of yours needs to be monetized. If you're a bad bathroom singer, obviously you can't monetize it. But that doesn't matter. It's good for you to be a Besura singer as long as you continue to do so and enjoy doing it, because that will become your internal space of going back, a de-stressing space. It could be anything. My passion has been dance. For you, it could be gardening, cooking, cleaning, or even math, for that matter, or even coding. But whatever, the point is to find it and to hold on to it and to stay with it. And if it doesn't monetize, fair enough, but let it be with you, because that will become your journey to a great life.
Thank you so much for that, ma'am. Okay, so moving on, you worked with the Indian Railway Traffic Service, and in that, what was it like to be the first woman officer in such a male-dominated area? My question out of this basically is, how can we contribute to women and men coexisting in organizations today and to help them feel comfortable?
Well, I actually burst through a very male bastion. I call it muscular, mustachioed, and macho. It was a completely male service, the Indian Railway Traffic Service of South Central Railway, which I burst through as the 1987 batch. And yes, they said sir to me for a whole month. I mean, in government, they say ma'am to women officers, but they said sir to me for a long time. And sometimes they would mistake me for the senior officer's daughter when I went on inspections, when I went on site inspections, when I went to accident sites. They would, staff down the line would think I was somebody's daughter, the senior officer's daughter. But having said that, yes, it had its little problems of, finding your physical toilets, maybe, small things like that. But very early on, I told myself, and I tell this to all young women who are in the workspace, leave your gender at home. Don't carry it to the workspace. The workspace is it ought to be a genderless space. And finally, what really works, and I'm sure you've been hearing all the other young officers speaking, the point really is you just have to deliver. You just have to be with it. You can't go there and whine and, wear your gender on your sleeve. I don't think it works like that. I think all of us who are in the official workspace, whether it's the bureaucratic space or the corporate space, I think we all know that. And I think it's important for us to understand that we leave our gender at home and we go there as people who are working together. We have to put our shoulder together and work, and then you'll see that people who do hold hands and take you forward. Yes, there are issues which I'm sure other speakers have been highlighting and speaking about, in which case you need to not push it under the carpet and speak about it.
Thank you so much for sharing that, ma'am. So before we quickly wrap it up, I would just like to do a quick rapid fire with you. And this is basically just, please tell the first word or a name that comes to your mind when you hear the following words. And the first word is respect.
First one is?
Respect.
Everyone, anyone, everyone, every time, always. That is something you just have to do. There's no other way around it. Respect yourself, most important. Sometimes we fail there. We don't respect ourselves. We have to respect ourselves, not be arrogant, but respect ourselves. And respect everyone, anyone, every time, each time, always. There's no way around it. That's the only way. That is what Namaste is all about. I bow to you. Namaste basically means I bow to the divinity in you, and you bow to the divinity in me. That's why we do Namaste. And when you do that, you're already respecting not just the person in front of you, but all that the person stands for, and the spirit in that person, the soul in that person. And that divinity has to be respected. So respect everyone, every time, always.
Reach.
Reach, I will say outreach. All of us have the capacity to reach out. And I'm repeating almost what the other ladies have said. When you can help, well, you just go out and do it. Outreach, there's no other way. Again, because we are, as a society, we are interdependent. And that interdependence will only work when we hold hands. And when you're holding hands, you're reaching out.
Rise.
Rise together. We always have to rise together. And I think if we do that, we as a society, we as a country, we as Bharat Desha will go forward.
And lastly, rebounce.
Rebounce is, I would think, what helps you rebound and rebounce is your core strength. I go back to my point. Of ensuring that you pursue your core strength come what may, and keep that going, because when life challenges you, for it is the business of life to challenge us, that is what will come to your rescue. I have a theory about this. I'm sorry to take a little longer than your point. See, we're all goal-oriented people. I mean, all of us, whether it's from the private sector or from the corporate world or from the business world, I think we all work between A and B, between goals. We move from point A to point B, from point B, and so on. But I believe that we as human beings are moving between B and D. B being birth, the doorway called birth, and D being the doorway called death. I don't want to sound morbid, but that's a fact of life. So we all go through between B and D, and between B and D is life, right? All of us here. And between B and D is also the alphabet C, which is not corona or cancer, but it's choice. It is C for choice. And I believe that we have the immense capacity as human beings, the immense power as human beings to make choices. And we do it well. What sari to wear, idli or omelette for breakfast, whom to marry, we do that extremely well. But when we are thrown, when crises hits us, when problems hit us, the first thing we surrender is our facility and felicity to make choices. We surrender to the incoming crisis, making it larger than it already is. So if we pull back, we'll realize that we have the immense power to choose. And hence I say, we need to choose, because success is a choice you make. Happiness is a choice you make. Life is a choice you make. So make the choice to choose. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for such an enlightening session.
Thank you so much.
I'm sure everyone who's with us.
Thank you very much. Thanks all. Thank you to everyone, and have a wonderful, healthy, happy life ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anshaka. Please do stay on stage. And thank you so much, Charita, as well. I bow to the divinity in you, ma'am. It was a very, very wonderful session, seriously. Thank you. Okay. I would now like to invite Mr. Stephen Ravindra to please come and honor Mrs. Anand Shankar, please. Going back to Maya Angelou, who seems to be the most favored poet of this evening, I would now like to quote from her famous poet that Ms. Goenka referred to as well. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I'll rise. Did you want to see me broken, bowed head and lowered eyes? Shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave, I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, I rise, I rise. Ladies and gentlemen, rise as a theme is to encourage women to turn the darkness around them into light and turn adversity into an opportunity, accept the support being extended outside, and rise to stand up against all odds. Up next is a panel discussion which is a great example of what a hybrid event can look like. I would like to invite Ms. Ranju Alex, Market Vice President Marriott, and Ms. Divya Murarka, who will be in conversation with Ms. Harini Madira. Ms. Ranju Alex is the Market Vice President, West India at Marriott International. In her current role, Ms. Ranju is responsible for driving market share, overseeing strategic business operations in collaboration with owners and stakeholders, leading the culture of the company, and managing a senior discipline think tank. She is joining us live from Kolkata. Welcome, Ms. Ranju. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and a huge round of applause for Ms. Ranju Alex. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Divya Murarka, who is already on stage here with us, who has a dual degree in clinical research and business management, and over a decade of experience in regulatory writing. She is currently working with a leading multinational company in the pharma sector. She is passionate about diversity and inclusion, and it is her endeavor to create an ecosystem where diversity is normal. She has survived an accident in sea and has bounced forward as a single parent, woman leader, and a youth philanthropist. She has recently launched her book, Purna, the Complete Parent. Ms. Divya, welcome to the panel discussion. We are very pleased to have you join us. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for her, please. Let's hear it for Ms. Divya Murarka. Thank you. To engage Ms. Ranju and Ms. Divya in an interesting conversation on the theme, let me now welcome Ms. Harini Madira, who is joining us live all the way from the US over Zoom. Ms. Harini Madira is an award-winning entrepreneur who founded Cisne Events a decade ago. Her company has some of the most prestigious corporates as their clients. A master's degree holder in Indian classical music from Miranda House, Delhi, learning doesn't seem to stop for her. She is currently pursuing her MBA from the SMU Cox Business School in Dallas, USA. She is deeply committed to the promotion of Indian art forms and making a difference for underprivileged kids in the education space. Her contribution to art has been recognized by organizations like CO and the Metropolitan Ladies Circle, Secunderabad. Let me hand over the mic to Ms. Harini to lead the conversation. Deep, can we please have the interface on? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Sapna, for the lovely introduction out there. Welcome, Ranju and Divya. It's an honor and a true privilege to have you both as a part of the RISE panel. Divya, with your due permission, I'm going to change the format a bit because we have a hard stop for Ranju. She has a flight to catch. And apologize to everybody, we've been running a little late, so we'll dive in with certain questions with Ranju. Thank you. So, Ranju, you've had an extremely inspiring journey. And when I think of RISE, for me, the thing that comes to my mind immediately is the sunrise. And I think that I kind of put it in a very philosophical connotation and you know, think of it as a dark night, which is every morning, sun rises and makes that effort, right? So you've kind of made that effort each time in your life. So what has RISE mean to you through your journey?
Thank you, Harini, and I thank the organizers for inviting me. I wish I was there in person. Those shawls that are being pictured look very, very beautiful, and I wish I had one of them. So, and of course, it's always good to meet gorgeous women and interact with them and learn from them. So, thank you for inviting me, Harini. Actually, in my personal life, now that you talk about it, I have a very, very similar experience. When I was 18, I was down with a very bad neurological disorder. And I had 6 tumors in my brain and I had 6 tumors in my body. And the doctors had given me 6 months to live. There was one particular night where my parents were told I had exactly 24 hours. And if I made it those 24 hours, I would probably have a chance at survival. And whilst my parents were giving this vigil outside the hospital, I was sedated and I was moving in and out of consciousness. I did not know my situation was that serious. I was a typical, free 18-year-old. But in the morning at about 3, the whole ward is very, very quiet. There is no movement. And I heard 2 doctors talking amongst themselves, where one doctor asked, "Do you think the patient number 21 is going to make it?" And the other doctor replies, "I don't think she will. Even if she did, she'll have a very difficult life." And at that point, it struck me to check my bed number, because I was not in a situation to even know what my bed number was. Now, I was tied to a lot of tubes. My hands and legs had all kinds of machines tied to them, because, that was a very difficult night. And I remember making this Herculean effort to look back, and right behind my bed on the wall was 21 written. And I knew that I was the one they were talking about. And I remember sending a silent prayer up to God that day, saying, "Let me live this time. I'll make something out of my life. I'll study well, God. Please give me this chance." Because, as an 18-year-old, that's what you do. The only sin you have done all that while is that you've not studied as per your parents' expectations. And I remember telling God, "Let me live this once, and I will make something of my life." Today, when you talk of Rise and you talk of that morning, I mean, it just comes back to me as a very strong memory. For me, rising to wake up in the morning, new opportunities, new happiness, and not to at any point in time wake up with a frown on your face. I think that's important. The very fact that you've woken up, the very fact that you have survived, should be a huge, huge awakening, and that means Rise.
Absolutely beautiful, Ranju. More power to you. More power to you. May your tribe grow, and I'm so glad that God gave us this opportunity. Ranju, you've actually been an inspiration, and you've been nurturing a community, under you. And when you mentor and nurture people, typically you're thinking that you're kind of teaching them something, right? But we actually learn. It's a learning curve. So can you think of a moment or an incident when you actually were helping another woman, or another soul, and you said, "Oh, this is a, aha moment for me. I get to learn so much."
My learning is slightly different. I had a lady who once walked into the office and said, "I want a job. I have not worked for 11 years because I was in a marriage and I was raising a child." And I asked her, "What happened? Why are you back to work after 11 years of gap?" And she said, "I had a very abusive marriage. And I had walked out without a penny. I just picked up my boy and I have walked out of the marriage." Now, she had 11 years of gap. And you know, in the hoteliering world, life moves at a very fast pace. If you are 11 years behind, then you're really, really behind. And I remember saying, "I will take you on for 6 months. And if you pick up the nuance of your job, we will look forward with that." And I was very worried about her, because throughout the interview, she was crying probably every 2-3 minutes. She was obviously in a very vulnerable emotional state. And we hired her. Today, it's been 14 years, she's still. And 7 years later, history repeated itself. We had another lady walk in after a bad marriage with a 1-year-old child saying, "I need a job." And guess what? I didn't have to take that decision. This lady was there to take that decision. So whilst I was trying to help her, there was a huge learning for me that as women, if we hold each other's hands, the good deeds just keep multiplying. We have to pull each other up. if we expect the rest of the world to come and pull us up, I think the best way is just make a chain of help, of understanding, of sisterhood, and everybody will rise and get stronger. So that's been my learning.
वाह, तो आपके लिए सही तरह से कहा जा सकता है कि कारवां बढ़ता गया,
एकदम बिल्कुल, और रास्ते भी बनते गए.
रास्ते भी बनते गए, क्या बात है. I know that women in leadership, typically they're very few. We're still kind of, it's a fact that we're still trying to make a mark and make our space there. And they do have loads of challenges out there. And you being in hospitality industry, any challenge that you particularly still after so many years also feel that, why can't I change this?
Oh, the stigma of women working in hotels. It was existent 28 years back when I joined. It still exists. I come from a very educated but conservative Bihari family. And the only way in my family was either you get into civil services or you become an engineer/doctor. If you haven't done that, you really haven't achieved much in life. I have an older sister, she is a doctor. I have an older brother who's an engineer, and I was the third one, and I decided to join hotels. The only reason I was given that freedom to do is because I had come out of a life-threatening experience. And my parents said, let her do what she wants because she's just got life, and let her live the way she wants. But I remember when I took the decision of joining hotels, my entire community was up in arms. And the most common reaction was, isse koi shaadi nahi karega. No one's going to marry her. Because this profession is not such that respectable women come from this profession, right? Something as simple as me cutting my hair, it became a community discussion. No one's going to marry her. What happens? It's something as simple as dupatta kahan jayega shaadi ke din. And I mean, it's not even in my scheme of things. And then I went on to marry the man of my dreams. I married somebody out of my community, of a different religion, of a different state, of a completely different background. And everybody else seemed to have the authority to make that decision for me, except for myself. So these are things that really irk me. I was not born a rebel. I just continued to ask these questions as I moved along in life. If I want to get married and want to live a life, who is somebody else who decide the groom for me? And these are things that I question all the time. So there's one thing that continues to hound women in the hospitality industry is the taboo of joining it. And once they join it, I have so many women coming for interviews to say, it's all right for me to join finance or sales, but I don't think I will want to be a server. I will not want to join housekeeping. And there's a huge taboo around that. And I wish I could take a magic wand and just, wipe it off from the face of the earth. So yes, this is something we battle with all the time.
As they say, Amen, Tathastu.
Yes.
May that happen real soon. I know you have a very hard stop, so I'll go to ask you one last question.
Yes.
And your quick tip to the upcoming young hoteliers, to women professionals and women leader. One quick nuska.
I think the one tip I would give everybody is make your gender your strength. Don't make it a weakness. It's as big a weakness as you make it out to be. It's all in your head. There are several ways to fight it. And whilst it's not easy, I think India has moved quite a bit. It is a lot of men have changed. Not as difficult as it used to be 20 years back. So ride the wave and don't make your gender your weakness. Walk with your head held high, do what you have to, enjoy life. And whilst we live in a society where there are huge parameters, you decide which are the parameters that you want to live by, or which are the guidelines that you want to live by. As long as you do not bring another human being down, or do not run over a human being, or harm a human being, as long as you are a good person, it doesn't matter which gender you belong to. So wear your gender with pride. Don't wear it as a weakness.
Beautiful, Ranju. So everybody has been quoting the famous poets. I just wanted to dedicate this one small poem to you and Divya in advance before I start the conversation with her. This was an attempt by me, my first poem before around the COVID time. So, तिनका तिनका जोड़कर बनाया था एक आशियां, एक हवा के झोंके ने रुख बदल दिया. परिंदों की तो आदत है बस उड़ते जाना, जहां तिनका बिखरे वहीं एक नया आशियां बनाना. कोई पूछे इस परिंदे से कैसा ये जुनून है इसका, हर झोंका मानो इसकी एक नई उड़ान का जरिया है जिसका. फड़फड़ाते पंखों से हवा में इंद्रधनुष बनाना, जिंदगी को सही मायने में इसी को कहते हैं जी जाना. जिसकी रूह आजाद हो, दिस इज फॉर बोथ यू गर्ल्स, जिसकी रूह आजाद हो उसे पिंजरे में कैसे समाए, हर दिन जो जिंदगी को नए सिरे से देख पाए, वही फिर इस परिंदे की तरह तिनका तिनका जोड़कर नया आशियां बनाए. मुमकिन है होता होगा हताश वो भी कभी, पर थक के बैठ जाए ऐसे भी मिजाज नहीं अभी. जब हवाओं से बातें करने का अंदाज हो अलग, तो कठिन रास्ते भी लगने लगते हैं सुलभ. भले ही छोटी है हस्ती इसकी, दिस इज फॉर ऑल अस वुमेन, भले ही छोटी है हस्ती इसकी, पर कहीं कुछ सीखना, कुछ सिखा के उड़ जाना, जैसे मानो बातों ही बातों में जिंदगी का सार दे जाना, तिनका तिनका जोड़कर नया आशियां बनाना. Thank you, Ranju. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Beautiful. I'm sorry, Divya, I have a flight to catch, and that's the reason why we did this. Thank you so much, Harini. Divya, bye. Thank you, audience. Have a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful evening ahead.
Have a safe flight, Ranju.
Thank you.
Divya, my apologies and thank you for you. Thank you for being so gracious and changing the format on the fly, literally for her flight. So we will jump right in, and been graciously waiting. I'm going to pretty much repeat and come back with a similar question because your journey has been super inspiring. I know that you've gone through, you've risen multiple times in your life. Tell us, what does rise mean to you?
So I think rise, what it means to me is when you're able to overcome your own challenges and able to help somebody else, whether it be a community or change just one life, that it is rise to me. I like to quote Indra Nooyi over here, where she says, it is our obligation to help people rise. And it doesn't come with position, but it just comes by holding hands and to make a better future. So here I am, a common girl. I'm not an IAS, not an IPS, no award winner, but just a common girl who had a fantastic education, a great family. I was doing very well in my corporate life, was happily married, but I was stuck by a sea accident. Fate had something else for me. And as ma'am said, that we have a choice. You have a choice either to feel like a victim, or you have a choice to see an opportunity in the challenge. So I went on to take care of my family, gave birth to a beautiful baby boy who was the strength and the smile for me. I had my own challenges as a single parent. I reached out for guidance, I reached out for help. And today I am where I could put together my experiences for other parents in similar predicaments and help others sail through their journey of life. So that is rise to me.
Divya, I could use humility as your middle name. I know the challenges that you've kind of overcome, and right from the childhood, from the age of 6. And you've kind of nurtured, and you've always learned from your challenges and try to kind of incorporate that in your learnings, right? So while nurturing and you're also a leader who's been kind of taking a community along with you. So tell me an incident or a time that you were kind of nurturing somebody thinking that you're helping them grow, but it kind of helped you rise and grow?
So, we always, I'm sure all of you would have experienced it, right? Whenever we step up to do something for someone, it comes back to you in 100 folds. So I would like to share this particular experience where I was conducting a workshop for parents, and the topic was how to build resilient kids in this time of change. So there was this mother who shared her story, where she says that when she was diagnosed with cancer, she first thought that it might not be a good idea to share it with her children. So she had two daughters, one was 8 and the other was 6. So she said they're too small to kind of know about it, and she tried to protect them from this news. But as she went through this journey, she realized that it is really important to involve her children in her journey, and that will make them in turn more resilient, right? To know that life is not always hunky-dory. We have ups and downs, but it is how you bounce back, how you bounce forward, and what are the choices you made. And I was so humbled by the story. When you hear stories of people around you, you have more gratitude for your own life and health. And second, you learn so much.
I remember you and I were having this conversation, and when you talked about during your challenges, you saw support in the most uncommon situation, or most uncommon people, right, where you weren't expecting, right? So if you would like to talk about that, how people should look out, and that helped you rise from the situation.
Yeah, I think so. Earlier today also, where Divya ma'am and Shikha ma'am spoke about that, reach out for help. There is help, right? And there are people to support you. And the other aspect of it is that help people when you see that there is a need, right? So in my own journey, there were friends who came forward. There were family members who came forward to support, right? But it is your own inner strength which helps you support. You have to embrace the help which you are getting and really move forward. And when it is your time, you kind of help others to move forward. So it's like, giving back to the society. And that is what motivated me to rise and put together a book where I could share my learnings and experiences.
So this brings me back to the same question, that you've been a corporate leader and you've kind of, again, building a community, and being a woman leader is in a corporate world, it's still a very, big challenge. We have our own, challenges. So one thing that you think that, like you could be given a magic wand, as Ranju said, if you were given a magic wand, what is it that you would like to probably get rid of?
I would not say get rid of, but probably a magic wand which would help us balance. I see a lot of women leaders over there in the audience, and I'm sure many of us would have experienced the art of balancing. We as women, we want to give our best to our family, our best to our children, our best to our corporate world, best to the society. And somewhere down the line, we forget self-care. So, if I had a magic wand, I would really wish for women to take care of themselves, say thank you to themselves before saying thank you to others, and to have that fine line of balance where you could give your best to everything, yet have time for yourself and nurture yourself along the journey.
So true, so true. I would like to quote Dr. Ananda Garu here, where she said, "I bow to you." I think we should all look into the mirror and bow to ourselves first as well. Very important. Winding up question. Again, your single tip to all the upcoming leaders from your own learning that you would like to share and tell them.
Yeah, I think one thing I would really like to share, is be connected to your source. By source, what I mean is be connected to your soul. It is a powerhouse of love, of energy, and of fulfillment. So as my book says, Purna, the complete parent. But what I wish for each one of us is to really feel complete in ourselves. to be connected with your source, and you'll get your energy and your motivation to rise ahead, to bounce forward and help others in similar predicaments.
Wonderful. Thank you, Divya. It's been a pleasure and has been a wonderful, wonderful session. And thank you for being gracious and allowing us to change the format.
Thank you so much, Harni, for being a great host and for such beautifully thought questions, which actually brought out a lot of things which went on our journey. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure connecting with you. Thanks.
Thank you. We are at SCSC, we are surely going global, as Sapna said, from India to US. So over to you, Sapna and Srini. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harini. I think this was a wonderful session. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Ms. Ranju, who brought in choices and how important that is in life for us, and your correlation to the ups and downs of life and the art of balance. Thank you very much. I'd like you to please stay on stage, and I'd now like to invite Mrs. Anusuya, IPS, please come up on stage and hand over a token of our appreciation to Ms. Divya.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know we are running a little late on our schedule, but I'm sure we'll hope to catch up. The next session is going to be really interesting, and I want you to stay back and enjoy the conversation that we're going to have in the next couple of minutes. Zig Ziglar, who is an American author, salesman, and motivational speaker, when he first wrote his book, there were 39 times it was rejected before it was published. But then it finally got published, and that's when the whole concept of rebounce really gets clear to all of us. He said, and I quote, "It is not how far you fall, but how high you bounce, and that really counts." For the next segment that revolves around the theme of rebounds, we have the honor of having a diverse set of leaders from the business world. I take the privilege to invite Ms. Charulata Ravi, Dr. Gurnath Reddy, and Ms. Radhika Chennakesula to come up on stage and take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a good round of applause as they come up on stage. Dr. Gurnath Reddy is the founder and managing director of Continental Hospitals that's located in the financial district of Hyderabad. I'm sure a lot of you know about that hospital. Dr. Reddy graduated from Osmania University Medical College with several gold medals and as best outgoing student. Subsequently, he immigrated to US, and upon completion of his post-graduation in internal medicine, did a super specialization in gastroenterology, liver diseases, transplantation, and nutrition from the prestigious Baylor College of Medicine at Texas Medical Center, Houston. Dr. Reddy earned many distinctions as a physician, leader of the organized medicine, thought leader, superb clinician, and mentor. In 2011, he was elected to the largest medical society, the Harris County Medical Society, and earned the distinct honor of being the first Asian and Indian president in its 110-year history. Dr. Reddy decided to return to India after spending about 28 years in the US and set up the now famous Continental Hospitals in 2013. We're very happy to have you here, Dr. Reddy, and we're looking forward to hearing from you. Next, I'd like to introduce Ms. Radhika Chennakesula, who's the Director IT at Micron Technology. In a present role, she leads India IT at its Global Delivery Center, which is one of the largest for Micron sites globally. She is responsible for the value delivery of operations and programs, and includes hiring of right talent across IT functions and app development and infra operations, driving operational excellence, employee engagement, well-being, and culture. She joined Micron in 2019 and has spent more than 23 years in IT, out of which over 16 years has been spent in manufacturing industry. Prior to joining Micron, she has led IT teams across finance, planning, mergers and acquisitions, business analytics and infrastructure and operations at GE Appliances, a higher company. She earned her master's degree in computer science from Manipal University and a master's in business analytics from Birla Institute of Technology and Sciences, Pilani. Ms. Radhika, thank you so much for being with us. Welcome to the session. Next, I'd like to introduce Ms. Charulata Ravi Kumar. She's a managing director at Accenture. She's also a columnist and an educationist. Her transformational journey across over 20 countries has been with leading organizations in business and brand strategies, brand, customer experience, and digital marketing transformation, enabling scaled world-class operations. She's got over 28 years of experience working with global MNCs. She has also held leadership roles at Sapient Razorfish and WPP Group for global assignments across Asia, Middle East, and Europe. She's been a speaker at Wharton India Economy Forum and several other global forums, and has been recognized by LinkedIn as a power profile for 3 consecutive years. Her name has also been recently listed among top 50 APAC region for leadership with kindness. She enjoys traveling the world along with her son and is very passionate about cooking, writing, and animal rescue. Ms. Charulata, we're very happy to have you here, and I'm going to hand it over to you to engage the session, and looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Thank you, Ms. Charulata.
Thank you so much. Is everyone able to hear? I can't get the audio this side, so is that clear? Okay, thank you. You know, the pressure is always on the last panel to keep the audience engrossed and interested in what we're saying, so hold on to it. We're going to try and make this interesting and important and meaningful for everybody, right? So I have the privilege today of being in conversation with Dr. Guru and Radhika. This is going to be really interesting. We were catching our backs up, you know, earlier when we caught up about a couple of hours ago, and the conversation was so interesting. It's important to bring that to you all here. I'm going to start by, you know, I was taking down copious notes when others were speaking, and such interesting points being made, such important points being made. And I thought maybe like the other panels, we should also start with what does rebounds mean to us, right? Because I was hearing so many different perspectives on rebounds that if I put all that together, you know, the dimensions that we can all carry with us to rebounds into the future is going to be so critical and so important to also pass that baton on to the next generations, right? So I'm actually going to start here with Radhika. Let me start with you to say, you know, what does rebounds mean to you?
Thanks, Charulata. Thank you for having me here. I'm honored. Charulata, I think when this panel discussion came up, I was trying to put together my thoughts around, okay, what does rebounds to me? I started to think about it, right? One dimension of it is pandemic, right? I get it. But even pre-pandemic, I think the rebounds always meant something for us, right? Again, I think I'll put a little bit of context of women. And again, as a working woman, I think most of the women would have taken a break or would have felt a little bit of staying behind during maternity or during an elder care time frame, right? And what happens is during that time, what I've noticed in corporate, too often you feel that you have stayed back, right? Now that's the moment. It could be for whatever the reasons, right? Again, that's the moment where I think we all needs to realize, when is that rebounds to me, right? For example, in my career, obviously during the phase where I went through maternities, etc., I have slowed down a little bit, right? And that's when probably I started to realize at some point in time, people make choices on you. People prioritize for you. People make decisions on you, right? Okay, now that you have slowed down, okay, I know you can't travel, you have family, you have children, right? So that's when I realized, no, I'm not going to let others make decisions for me, right? I'm going to make my own choices. That's when I started to take up probably some bold assignments, right? Some mergers and acquisitions. And those of you who are in corporate, you understand what mergers and acquisitions mean, right? It means time bounded, it means heavy stress, right? Working maybe 16 to 18 hours at times, and then having two children at home. And then I live in an extended family. Obviously, I have a great support, but definitely it means a lot of expectations socially and at family and then personally also, right? That was rebounds mean to me, right? And then after the taking over, but a role in Micron, again, another step forward too, right? But the point that I want to drive is rebounds means, I think when it comes to women, when you stayed back at some point in time, which happens to all of us, of course, for men at times, you making the choice that when are you bouncing forward, right? It could be pandemic, right? During pandemic, we have seen a lot of women probably take a step back. That's okay, right? But when are you doing that step forward, bouncing forward, right? That's what rebounds.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Radhika. Very nicely put together, really. And I can resonate completely with that. Dr. Guru, your take on what is rebounds to you?
Well, I was just, while I was sitting in the audience in the front row, I was just imagining, I need a rebounds. And so in a lighter vein, but basically from my perspective, we as human beings are constantly rebouncing. We are rebouncing one frame of thought to the other frame of thought. We are rebouncing from one event to the other event. We are rebouncing, from one happening to the other happening. So in light of this pandemic, or in healthcare particularly, what does rebounds has come to mean for the healthcare workers? It's something for us to very closely understand. We all know that the pandemic had a substantive bearing on the mindset and psychology of the healthcare workers, and particularly women. The reason I say women, that 98% of the nursing workforce in our country is made of women. This is an important point. And in the Western countries, over 90%, they're not too far behind. So given this situation, as healthcare workers, which includes the doctors, nurses, the paramedical staff, we're constantly battling between life and death. Perhaps rebounding in healthcare is or was not that difficult when compared to many other professions. Reason I say this is, we are taking care of the sick, we are taking care of the ill, we are seeing patients who don't make it, patients who succumb to the illness. So this being accustomed to, healthcare workers have the capacity to rebound perhaps much faster than anyone else. But that said, what has happened this past 2.5 years? Incredible things have happened. The frontline workers, which have been our healthcare workers, or which are healthcare workers, and primarily nurses and the physicians at the end of the day, who toiled day in and day out to save the lives of our COVID patients. And while they were working so diligently, so hard, and to see a patient lose after battling with them for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and 4 weeks, it has come to have a tremendous bearing on their psyche. We could see some literally breaking down, some have to take leave, some even have to leave town. One interesting thing in the Indian situation is, many of our nurses are very young. The average age of Indian nurses is somewhere around 28 or 29, unlike the average age of US nurses, somewhere around 51 years. These young nurses are living their parents at the prime of their age, coming and living in a hostel, away from their families, and encountering these kind of healthcare situations and battling with them. It has, to some extent, a traumatic effect. But again, after being 36 years in this profession, healthcare workers are really very special. They have to be special. They have to be large-hearted. They have to have enormous compassion. They have to have an extraordinary ability to withstand, the outcomes which are not many times, or which are not expected. So given this situation, I think, Charulata, what I feel at the end of the day, rebounding from the pandemic in the arena of healthcare is not having those bad memories. Let us get back to what we have been at the end of the day, that give our best to our patients at all times, and hopefully we will not see the kind of trauma that we have seen this past 2.5 years.
Charulata, why don't you tell us what does rebounds mean to you?
Sure, Radhika, yeah. So, you were talking about bouncing forward and you were talking about rebouncing of the healthcare workers, which is, for me, that's such a blessing for all of us, right? And that they are able to rebound faster, and they have to, because they have such a responsibility of all of us on all of them. To me, Radhika, rebounds is, if I imagine that you're bouncing upwards on one of those bounce thingies in the gym that you see, right? Those mats. And if you were held down by chains, you wouldn't be able to bounce up, nor would you be able to bounce forward, right? And when you're traveling somewhere and suddenly you see this field of sunflowers and you just want to dive right into it and just soak it all in, the sunlight, the sunflowers, the colors and the vibrancy, and you just want to kind of dance amongst that, right? But you can't do it because you're chained by so much of the baggage, so many emotions. I mean, what last 2 years have put us through a lot of chains as well, right? Can I do it? Am I capable? Can I talk to people anymore? I don't know. There's so many barriers in our own minds, physical, emotional barriers in our own minds. Breaking free of those chains is rebounding to me. Right?
Great to hear that.
I just do feel that that's important for all of us to carry with us, right? And just coming back to the pandemic, I think a lot of reference, and this reference won't go away for some time because we're all kind of still helping each other through it and coming out of it. Just a quick context on that, right? I mean, overall, last couple of years has seen about 23% less women in the workforce compared to about the first 8 months of it, right? And that number went up so much more. And we constantly have been seeing in the industry across many industries, and I'll come to you all to check on your respective industries, about 40% of women who are working exit when they come to the middle levels, right? A lot of people come in, but then they exit in the middle levels, and from the senior levels, they just dwindle out, right? And when we go into those deeper reasons of why do they do that? And during the pandemic, a lot of them did do it, couldn't take the trauma of it, parents calling them back, families wanting them back home, being alone in this place where you could not have a social life or engage with anyone, multiple reasons, right? And there are so many of these things that we need to take care of. And not just in the IT industry or health industry. I mean, if you look at construction workers, if you look at domestic help, all of them have equally suffered to this whole thing, right? And the impact of this on the urban women has been huge during the pandemic, right? The two things I think we would want to discuss today, I'm going to throw open questions to both of you, is one, how has been the rethinking in organizations, in the industry, in your respective industries, how has been the rethinking of how do we redesign the support system for women in the organizations, right? For them to rebound and really move ahead much faster because lots has held them back. And the second one I'll come back to, it's more around the social fabric and the impact it's had on their social interactions, which is causing mental wellness barriers as well, right? So I'll just come to the first question. Radhika, you could take it first and let's hear it from you.
Sure, definitely. Charlotte, as you rightly called out, I think as part of the pandemic, or probably the learning from the pandemic, is one thing we realized is we need to rethink, right? When it comes to inclusion portion itself, right? It's not just the gender, but all diverse groups, right? And redesigning the office spaces alone by putting 6 feet distancing or by putting barriers or by wearing masks alone, that's not sufficient, right? As we come out of this pandemic, I think we need to really rethink how do we make the workplace, hybrid workplace, inclusive for all, right? For example, we all are talking, and I think most of the companies are thinking on going with a hybrid model, semi-office and semi-remote, or maybe all remote in few cases, right? And then that's not enough, right? It's because, again, let's say you create, okay, I think women has this double responsibility, right? They call it double syndrome, because we are expected to do certain things at home and certain things at office, right? Even I was talking to Charlotte during the break time that even social events put a pressure on women, not as much on men, right? If there is a family, the amount of pressure that we go through in picking a saree, wearing a jewelry, getting ready, oh my goodness, after we come back, they're exhausted, right? That's a pressure, right? Festival comes, again a pressure, right? That's not what men go through, right? It's limited, it's relatively reasonable for you, right? And now coming to the workplace, now what happens, because of the hybrid work environment, those things didn't go away. We are still attending weddings, we are still celebrating functions. So that stress stayed. Now here are the companies which are saying, we are willing to let you go and then be all remote. Right now, two things would happen, right? One, nothing is changing at home because we have not educated, we have not thought about what do we do at home front, right? Now these women are available much more at home to do this double, triple syndromes now, right? So that doubles up, right? So companies has to think, when we are saying hybrid, it's not just within the company. We need to think of maybe an education or awareness at home front, right? That's one. And next one is, now here are the women who would be taking that opportunity because poor, they're struggling, so we will have to take it. And now, how are we enabling at a workplace that they're losing out on networking, they're losing out on the opportunities, they're not losing out on the water cooler charts? How do you make your ecosystem and performance management system ready to accept them to continue to bounce forward, right? So if you don't rethink on these dimensions at home and at performance systems and just design the policy that, okay, we are hybrid and then you can be remote, this might hurt the woman even more.
Absolutely. And Radhika, what I hear you say is also that, while we are building towards an equality in the workplace, right? The cultural and the social fabric around you has to bring in the equality as well, right? We need to ensure that everybody around this person is rallying around the person to make that happen. I do remember, when we were in conversation that just like a little while back on the couch, that it's easier for people who've spent several years in an organization to really kind of find their freedom to do things their way, etc. Right? But India is a very young country. We all have, especially in the IT sector, we have very, very young women in the workforce, right? Can they always call the shots and really make things happen? I remember, for example, when my son was born, I had to travel a lot, like about 3-4 times a week I would be on a flight. But I had made up my mind, right? It was about choices in the previous panel we talked about. I made the choice that I will have 200% tracks, my work and my son as well. I will not give up on that. So he traveled with me everywhere. I think every airport knew me, everybody knew me. He traveled with me everywhere, including client meetings. I had him in the bassinet with me when I was making presentations and all of that. Is that always going to be possible? Not always sure that's possible. And every organization is geared up to provide that kind of support, right? And I want to bring that question back to Dr. Guru, right? In the healthcare sector, Dr. Guru, what is the infrastructure and the support system for the well-being of women employees and women teammates, where they can really run confidently into the future without having to look back and say, I now have to step back. I have so many things to do, specifically during the pandemic. If that was impacted, how did the healthcare sector take care of it?
Yeah, so Lata, that's a very important point that you made, but let us just slightly backtrack what happens in the healthcare sector. I just mentioned about the nurses, or the frontline workers, and the women physicians. But do we all know why there are only 17% of the physicians in this country are women? Why not 30%, 40%, or 50%? In the Western countries, is approaching close to 40% of the women, or 40% of the physicians' workforce is women. Why only 17%? Because there's tremendous intimidation. This intimidation is born out of the fact of the commitment of the women, for their homes, in terms of their, marital relationships, in terms of their raising the children, in terms of their commitment to their in-laws, all of this that we have been talking, for the last few hours in this forum. And these are the commitments where women have to play multiple roles, and being a healthcare worker or a physician at the end of the day, and facing, where they have to give their best at all times, smiling, that adds to tremendous burden. And perhaps there's one of the reasons why we find women, even after graduating, many we find either they take part-time jobs or some really quit. But that scenario is changing to some extent. The rosy picture is that now 51% of the medical students who are entering, students who are entering medical colleges today are women. That's the brightest side of the whole thing. I think things are changing where they're able to understand this ecological system, that they can withstand all these pressures and they can be a part of this ecology and contribute to the society. Same situation with the nurses. When I transitioned from the US to India, to start one of the finest hospitals, where to raise the standards of healthcare, to practice with ethics and integrity, and give an enormous importance to the nursing cadre. My whole goal for the past 10 years had been, how can we really bolster the confidence in our young nurses so they're not afraid of the doctors when they're seen around, they're not afraid of the administrators. And much to everybody's surprise, you'll see this here, 90% of the nurses I found, they never open their mouth. They will not talk. I said, what is this intimidation about? They went to good nursing schools. They know their subject. They participate in all trainings, but that fear to encounter the doctor, to stand up to a physician and responsibly answer, was the one that was pulling back the entire nursing corps. That is one of the basic reasons why many people do not choose nursing as a profession, and particularly men, for example, or why we see certain socioeconomic strata contributes to the nursing corps because of some of these things historically that have been set up. So we have to change as a society, and particularly during the pandemic, relevant to the pandemic, these things had more impact, where some of the nurses, the attrition rate increased. Some of them have to go back to their hometowns, and some of them literally abandoned their workplaces without informing to HR and left. But fortunately, those organizations that have a system in place, for example, at Continental, we had a COVID task force committee, which I myself chaired personally. Every week, we met for almost 2 years and 2 years plus. The purpose of this task force was to understand what is happening across all levels of workers and what is happening in the institution, not only simply patient outcomes. This was a great moral booster. And we handheld those of them that we found were depressed, were anxious at the end of the day, or they were not able to cope. But interestingly, when we had a dialogue, when there were group sessions, or when the nursing director and others participated in such conversations, they were able to bounce back. They were able to understand the situation. They were able to cope with the situation. So I think in any organization, and particularly in healthcare, when we have the systems, if they're set up properly, whether it's a psychological counselors, psychologists, psychiatrists. At Continental, we have 4 women. 2 of them are psychology counselors, and there are 2 psychiatrists. But the other problem in the Indian context is women do not freely confess or come out that they have an issue of psychosocial ill well-being at the end of the day. They don't confess. They don't confess about their anxieties. They don't confess about their depression because they consider this a stigma, as somebody was saying in the earlier forum. They are very much afraid that if they share this, they'll be stigmatized. So they suffer very much internally. And this ends up in a very vicious cycle, that hurts their own growth, and that leads to either leaving the job and go from there. So there should be some mechanism that we truly kind of bring this, encourage them and, express these things and destigmatize as it happens in the Western societies.
Yeah, Dr. Guru, very interesting thing you just mentioned, right? Please, somebody give me a time check. This is so interesting, I could go on. But you mentioned something about women feeling the pressure to constantly move the family along smiling, even at the workforce, right? I'm strong, I'm smiling, I'm happy is one of those strong walls we build around ourselves, right? Is vulnerability such a bad thing? Radhika, Dr. Guru, I mean, is it such a bad thing? Is it a strength, for example? I feel
Yes.
vulnerability can be actually a really big strength. And we always take this upon ourselves to keep this always happy atmosphere in the house. Children should always see us happy. Everybody should always see us happy. It's like we come from another planet.
True.
And that in itself holds us back so much, right? So yeah, what do you feel about that?
Absolutely, Charlotte. I think that's a great point. I think all of us go through emotions, right? It's irrespective of gender and then age group. All of us go through emotions, and always putting that happy smile. I think that's only possible in hospitality industry, where as part of their job. But when they go back to home, they go through the same emotions and ups and downs, right? I think that's where I think what the point that we need to probably pay attention is when you are vulnerable, recognizing it, right? There has been a situation in my life where when I lost my mom for psychological reasons, I was going through tremendous pressure. I could not get into a car and turn on a gear because that was a moment where I used to dial her. And then that's it. I was like not able to perform at work, and then I was not able to handle the emotions at home. And there has been at workplace when probably even today, right? I lose my next direct report, right? When next director loses, when I lose the next director, until I backfill this position, problem looks small, but then the amount of pressure it adds on you is humongous, right? But identifying that you are vulnerable at point in time and telling everybody around, right? When I was going through when I lost one of my senior manager, in fact, I discussed with my mother-in-law and said, Ataya, I'm going through this stress now. In this moment, even if I say something, please excuse me, right? I don't mean it, it's just my stress, right? And it helped me so much that now even if I don't, probably I go home late, or if there's a situation, she would tell me, don't worry, right? I'll take care of all of these things more than what I was taking care of it earlier. You told me, right? So that telling everybody that I am vulnerable, please give me some time, and bounce forward after that, rebounds, and then say that I am happy. And then she and I go for movies, and then probably I'll celebrate with my family. All of the rebounds is important there.
Absolutely. Dr. Guru, what's your take on it? I mean, we do feel that vulnerability is such a strength, right? How can we leverage that?
Right. I always consider, I think, one should confront vulnerabilities in a very positive way. Right. I think vulnerabilities make you a better person, because these are challenges of life that we need to confront them, that always transforms your well-being to tomorrow to be more stronger. At the end of the day, they should not be taken as a sign of weakness. Once you start perceiving this as a weakness, you're setting up for failure. But what helps to cope with these vulnerabilities? What helps to cope these vulnerabilities at the end of the day is, what kind of setup are you in? What kind of friends are you in? What kind of family situation you're in? Who is that who's going to listen to you at the end of the day and say that, listen, this is okay, this is fine, let's move on. It's not going to change your, it's not a significant impact on your life. So we need that kind of impactful, associations or people around you to get you out of that, and not feel that this is the end of the road and I can never bounce back. So it's very important in our society that, as a group, as individuals, if we can come together and help that vulnerable person at the end of the day, and give that feeling that this is not a stigma, and you can rise up again, you can move on and go from there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So agree with you. I'm just taking a time check quickly. Do we have time for a couple of more things we want to talk about? Do we have a couple of minutes? I just want to close it with, a last question that I want to close with. Again, one of the other things, which is the second topic that I wanted to come to, that's really impacted all of us through this pandemic globally and here, is the behavioral changes we have unknowingly gone through, right? Everybody. Absolutely. And we don't even know that. In the last 2 years, our social skills, our response mechanism to disasters, response mechanism to trauma, trying to do everything on our own, desperately multitasking because it's the only way to live is what we believe now. So many changes have happened in the way we are behaving, right? What is, Radhika, I'll come to you first in the IT industry. What do you think we should, as an industry, do to help people recognize that change, which is becoming a barrier, and help them overcome that?
Sure. I think, again, when we were exchanging few minutes ago, when we were exchanging dialogue, I mentioned, right? Pandemic is bad, right? Pandemic is bad in the sense it had a difficult impact on all of us and our families, right? But pandemic has a bright side, right? And the bright side of pandemic is a lot of things actually moved or accelerated, right? Things like our digitization accelerated, our the UCC platforms, as in the collaboration platforms, right? End user collaboration platforms have advanced, right? Zoom has become a norm for us to live with, right? And our home office setup has stabilized. Last week I was sharing this for Times magazine, where now my small little terrace, I have built an office space. I have a small TT table, which I would have never thought about building a temporary office space on my terrace, right? I have a small little gym room. All of this, probably I built a little bigger builder, but then whoever is working, they would have built a small little mini home setup. Now, this is going to help us be more efficient in terms of working in a hybrid model. Right. So that, I think, is a bright side that I see it when it comes to pandemic, where we are becoming more and more capable for handling the hybrid setup. Right.
Wonderful.
So I think I'm sure that's true for everybody too.
Absolutely. Thank you, Radhika. Dr. Guru, from you.
Yeah, I think the pandemic, certainly in healthcare across the world, not just in our country or in our city, has provided a lot of lessons. These lessons, first of all, for our well-being and for our progress. Then secondly, these lessons have helped us to how to restructure, modify the healthcare per se. Simply put, 1, 2, 3, 4, for example, we have found what is the issue in terms of people coming in late or people being absent, those who have children, those who have young children, those who have 1 or 2 years old, having a creche, having a daycare. Number 2, providing free meals from the hospital site without charging anything, rather than they making their meals at home, and then basically having that burden where they have to carry the tiffins and things of that nature. Number 3, the constant issue about pay gap. I'm a strong votary for nurses. I'm taking up this cause. We have organized, both a regional as well as an international workshop in a span of just 3 years to fight for the nursing corps, that they should be paid well, and their pay structure should be restructured, not only from the standpoint of a single hospital, from across the country. So this pay gap, that is there between women and men at the end of the day, or between nurses and physicians and all of that stuff that happens, that needs to be bridged for a better and healthier workforce and improving, the health of our nation. And like this, there are several things that I personally have come across in chat with our, administrative leaders and co-physicians, and not only here, but many times where I got an opportunity. But can we really put this to work? I strongly believe yes. I think tomorrow there'll be a lot better, a stronger, and more fulfilling healthcare workforce, I feel, from the lessons that we learned from the pandemic.
Thank you.
I want to add one comment on the pay gap portion, right? That is true, I think, that has been true across all the industries. One good thing that after George Floyd's incident of Black Lives Matter, right, when we lost gentlemen, that's when Micron globally has taken a stance that we are going to be supporting a lot more when it comes to diverse groups. Now, pay parity globally is taken care in Micron, right? It's a bold move. And then this gender and some of these diversity factors are part of our performance objectives, right? This is a bold one, but then I think the pay parity thing, I think I pride to say that some of the companies are taking bold moves. I think time for us to review, because that actually settles a lot of socio-economic gap as well when it comes to women.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Radhika, Dr. Guru. Thank you so much, everybody, for staying with us and listening to us. Lots more to be done, and we're all going to come together to rise together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your very valuable thoughts and perspectives on the rebounds theme. Truly appreciate it. To felicitate them, I invite Mr. Stephen Rabindra, IPS, and Ms. Anusuya, DCP, to please come up on stage. May I request Mr. Stephen Ravindra to felicitate Ms. Charulata, and request Ms. Anusuya to felicitate Ms. Charulata with a shawl. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big hand. Next, we request Ms. Radhika to please come forward. Mr. Stephen to felicitate her. Ms. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for them. Dr. Gurunath Reddy. Last but not the least, may I request Mr. Stephen to felicitate Ms. Radhika. Thank you, panelists. Thank you so very much once again. Please put your hands together for the panelists. Yeah. May I request Mr. Stephen and Ms. Anusuya to stay back, please. We have a few more felicitations to happen. So over the many years, we have a lot of industry partners who have come forward. Over the many years, we've had the fortune of many industry partners come forward and donate a lot of So many industry partners have come forward and played a very pivotal role in developing SCSC to what it is today. The She Shuttles that you see on the streets in Cyberabad are one such initiative which a lot of industry partners have come forward and contributed towards. So we take this opportunity to felicitate the companies that have donated and brought to life the She Shuttles that you see on the roads every single day. To felicitate, may I also request Mr. Krishna to come up on stage. Mr. Krishna Yadullah, if he's there. And request Sapna, my co-host, to call upon the companies that have contributed to this cause. Sapna.
Thank you, Srini. After all that stimulating conversation, we've reached the very exciting round of rewards and recognition for everybody this evening. All those who've been involved with the She Shuttle, as well as our prime sponsor, Metrochem. I would like to now invite upon our stage Mrs. Vijayalakshmi, Director, Metrochem. Mrs. Yagna Nandepu, Head of Digital Marketing. Mrs. Snehita Nandepu, Head of Business Analytics. Mrs. Vijayalakshmi, who is the Director of Metrochem, is here on behalf of Dr. N.V. Rao, Chairman and Managing Director, Metrochem. Metrochem won the Best API Company of the Year by the Government of India in 2021. A round of applause, please. Mrs. Vijayalakshmi is behind every success of Dr. N.V. Rao, and she has always encouraged women's employment. She has encouraged safe and secure accommodation for all her women employees, and also healthy food for them from their organic farms. Mr. Stephen Ravindra, if you could please felicitate Mrs. Vijayalakshmi.
What's the next name?
1 second. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our main sponsors this evening. Wait. Thank you. Sorry. Yes. I would now like to invite Ms. Yagna Nandepu to please come and speak a few words here, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished dignitaries on the stage. A very warm welcome from Metrochem API Private Limited. I feel immense pleasure of sharing this. I feel immense pleasure of having all the dignitaries together on this great occasion of She Empowers, Respect, Reach, Rise, and Rebounds. Women empowerment is a great responsibility that a woman needs. Today, world has changed. Women are making their own decisions, feeling safe, having voice, and are given equal opportunities at workplace by breaking the bias. This all happened due to efforts of women in the past, and today we are running ahead of men. On behalf of Metrochem, I would like to thank the entire police force who have worked relentlessly during COVID-19. You have inspired us and helped us in running our essential service without any hiccups. Stephen Ravindra Garu, leading the complete Cyberabad police force and senior officials present today, thank you from bottom of our hearts for citizen-friendly policing. We have been impressed by the strong commitment towards safety of women from initiatives by SCSC like She Shuttle, Margadarshak, Sangamitra, and Safe Stay. for working women with help of Cyberabad police. At Metrochem, we almost have 26% of women employees working across all our units. In our R&D facility, we have more than 50% of scientists that are women. In vision of our founder and CMD, Dr. N.V. Rao Garu's aim is to provide more and more opportunities to women, thereby increasing this to 40 to 50% of amount, 40 to 50% of the workforce. Although pharma manufacturing sector is a male-dominated one, women are showing a lot of interest these days. Fortunately, it's increasing, the percent is increasing year on year. At Metrochem, we are committed to provide safe and healthy work environment to women. Our director, Ms. Vijay Lakshmi Garu's dream is to start a pharma unit that is run and handled by women only. We have created accommodation facilities for women at our Vizag unit with complete security, and also we have created recreation facilities for them, both indoor and outdoor. Complete food arrangements for these women are taken care of. We want to ensure that women are more independent, more powerful, and be a role model to their families and society. In association with SCSC, we would provide the best pharma industry with support from Krishna Garu, Secretary, SCSC, and Pratyusha Garu, Joint Secretary, Women's Forum. From Metrochem, I sincerely thank everyone for making this event colorful and graceful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Vijay Lakshmi. Thank you very much, everybody. Stephen sir, Anusuya ma'am, and Krishna, please stay on. Thank you. Let me now invite Ms. Madhulika Vedula or Mr. Prasid Vasudevan from Providence Healthcare. Providence has been a very valuable partner of SCSC. Kavita. I would now like to invite Mr. Raj Saxena from GAR Corporate Services Private Limited. Ms. Shilpa Wali, DCP, will please hand over this award. The next is Mr. Vasu Pendiala, VP Finance from Virtusa Consulting Services Private Limited. For this, I would like to invite Ms. Kavita, DCP. Mr. Rao Tumapalli, MD from Seneca Global IT Services Private Limited. If he is not here, then can I please invite Ms. Sri Prada from Seneca Global Private Limited to take the award. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, Ms. Vani Manukonda from Harsco India Services Private Limited. I would like to invite Ms. Lavanya, DCP, to please give away this award. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Manikandan from DLF Cyber City.
out DLF, huh?
Yeah.
Supporting last 5 years.
DLF Cyber City has been supporting us for the last 5 years. Thank you all for your valuable support. Truly appreciated and looking forward to working with you all on an ongoing basis. And now may I hand over to Sripada for the next set of awards. Sripada.
Thank you, Sapna. To resonate with the theme of the events, the awards were categorized under themes Rise, Reach, Respect and Rebounds. Self-nominations were invited from individuals, organizations and residential communities. We received tremendous response. Many thanks to everyone who have nominated. The first set of categories for individuals. I would like to call upon the winners in no particular order. Sadam Lata.
It's okay.
Lakshman Kumar Kodupaka. Nagajyoti Bandi. I think she's not here with us today. Can I request Shailaja to come and take on her behalf? Shilpa, sorry.
Is online. The next is Sandhya.
Ramesh Pitala.
Yeah.
Ramesh Pitala. Ramesh Pitala. He's online actually.
Yeah, he's online. He's joined online.
Okay. Sandhya Marampalli. Can I again request Shilpa to come and take on her behalf? Vidyasagar Anantula. Can you? Request everyone to give a big round of applause, please. Sukanya Royal. Vivek Pachauri. Manjusha. Manjusha. I think she's not here with us. Sara Fayaz. Manjusha is here. Sara Fayaz. Can we all give a big round of applause to them, please? The next category of awards is for organization. The first award goes to Bank of America. May I request Mr. Moses Sudhakar to come and collect the award? I think. Can we have a big round of applause, please? The next award goes to Legato. May I invite Mr. Harish, Ms. Lalita, and Mr. Satyanarayan Rao to collect the award, please? Then the next award goes to Cognizant Technology Solutions. May I request Mr. Krishnan Iyer, Ms. Pratyusha, Ms. Padma Priya, Mr. Shiva, Ms. Shailaja, and Ms. Neha to come and collect the award, please. Ms. Sarah, Ms. Pratima. Congratulations to all the winners. The next category is for residential communities. We appreciate communities for coming forward and making safety a priority goal. Several communities partnered with SCSC and conducted safety sessions. We have introduced this new category to appreciate the efforts of the communities with a hope to inspire others. In this category, the winners are My Home Jewel. May I request Mr. Muralidhar Rao, President, and Nandakishore, General Secretary, and Anita Ramu to come and collect the award. Can we have a big round of applause? Can we have a big round of applause, please? పేర్లు చదువుతాను పేర్లు చదువుతాను మీరు చెప్పేయండి. Nice. The next award goes to Hill County. May I request Mr. Ravinder Gulla, General Secretary from Villas, Vijay Kumar from President, and Suman Vejenla Apartments Association to come and collect the awards, please. Can we have a big round of applause? The next award goes to Pranav Antilia. I request Mr. Lakshman Kodupaka, General Secretary, Mr. Pradeep Nagaraju, Joint Secretary, Mr. Vamshi Mallampalli, Srinivas Reddy, and Sunita Jakam to come and collect the award, please. Can we have a round of applause? Congratulations to all the winners, and on behalf of SCSC, I would like to leverage this platform to appreciate and thank all our member companies for their constant support and contribution. I'd like Pratyusha to take over the next category of awards.
So thanks, Shriprada. I think we had a very engaging game through the day. I think some of you all have got it in WhatsApp, some links. So the game was played by 500 people, exciting times, engaging us to learn more. So we had almost about 10 people who came on as a top on the leaderboard. So I'll read out the names. If anyone is here, request you to come collect your goodie bag and have a photo moment with the SCSC team. If you're virtual, please, we'll have it sent it across. So can we have the names? Rajesh Babu Pentyala, Kamakshi Vanga Veti, VNL Swati. Wow, wonderful. Give him a big round of applause. Supraja Jula, Murli Krishna, A. Murli Krishna. If you're here, please come and collect your award for being on top of the charts. M. Shriya, Himanshu Shekhar, Sangeeta Vidya, Sunita. Wonderful. I hope you all enjoyed the game and you're on topping the charts. And they scored some 80,000 points. Sunita, Aloha Lydia Anand. So the person who created this game is Ajaz, who's a part of the 360 Learning Solutions. Ajaz, we would like you to come. They want to see who's created this engaging game. Thanks a lot. And he's just made it out of passion and a purpose. So thanks a lot, Ijaz, and thanks a lot for all of y'all to engage this event. I think just a couple of minutes before you head out to dinner. So thanks a lot, Stephen sir, DCP ma'am, Krishna, and all of y'all. Just 2 more minutes, yeah. But as we are going to look at ending the event, I think the Women's Conclave is just the beginning. Through the year, we are going to have many more sessions to actually look at the whole gender equality, gender bias, women's safety, and many other things. So next month, all the Margadarshaks and Sangamitras, you will have a certification program. Then we have Kamal, who's here. Kamal, if you're here, he represents Good Walk. So Good Walk is a universe for their noble efforts in addressing women health issues. SCSC is partnering with Good Walk. From the March 8th to March 18th, you can actually do a virtual walk in your own home, at whatever kilometers you like. You will be contributing back to menstrual hygiene for 15,000 women in the rural areas. So please go ahead and register on goodwalk.in, GOODWALK.in. So thanks a lot, sir. And I'm just, so please go ahead and register on goodwalk.in and participate in the virtual walk. So thanks a lot, Kamal, for this partnership and great event. So firstly, let me congratulate all the awardees. A big round of applause and congratulations to each one of y'all. We received more than 50 nominations and we had a tough time screening, but I think it was all around women's safety and women empowerment, which you have contributed back. And I'd like to thank SCSC leadership team, Stephen Ravindra sir, DCP Ansuya ma'am, Krishna Edula, for pulling this event in a very, very successful way. Congratulations to each one of them. Let's not forget the Women's Forum members. I think each one of y'all should come onto the dais to show the work which went behind today. So request all the Women's Forum members to join the stage, the SCSC Secretariat team, the governing body, and the EC members who made it possible today. Thanks to all the speakers. I think there were such wonderful conversations. I know we got delayed by more than 1 hour, but we'll not let you go. Stephen sir has ensured that all of y'all network, have a lovely meal, and then go home safe. So please be there, and thanks to all the speakers who made it possible today. Thanks to our media partners, Solus Media, Cloud Media News, and the press who have come to actually ensure that all this message reaches out to more and beyond. Thanks to our gifting partners. I think Novotel has been very kind. You have a meal voucher for all the individual award winners. You have goodie bags from Baker's Mantra, Sirisha, who's made this possible, and Abhihara, the entire Ikkat handloom weaves, which we have been able to get from the gifting partners today. Thanks to our knowledge game partner, Ijaz, and our sponsors, Metrochem, who made it possible, and are really our gold, platinum, silver sponsors. A big round of applause to them. Our hospitality partner, who's made it really great, Novotel, Manish Daya, and his entire team, who really created with COVID protocols. Thank you so much. And of course, thanks to all my friends and Women Forum members. Srini and Sapna did a wonderful job hosting you. They were on their toes, anchoring the entire evening. So thanks so much for that. And thanks to all the volunteers. So there were many people trying to toggle many things, but it's all the volunteering efforts which gone behind it. And of course, not forget all of yourselves. A big thank you to all the participants on Zoom, YouTube, and who are here in person in large numbers. Big round of applause. And I won't leave you all without my favorite quote. I think let us rise up and be thankful to what we are today. And if we didn't learn what we can today, at least we learned a little, right? With that, I want you all, each one of you all to reflect, talk to yourself, and say that you are a more an intelligent person than the others. So request all the Women's Forum members and the Secretariat team to come onto the dais for a photo op moment. And we have a national anthem, which is going to be played, and request all of y'all, which is already being served, followed by dinner, and have a wonderful, safe evening. Thank you so much. Stephen sir, we request you to come for a photo moment with all the Women's Forum members and the Secretariat team. Post that, we'll just have a national anthem followed by dinner. It's okay. They'll stand. Come. Thank you. This is the entire team who made it happen for y'all for a wonderful Friday evening. And Deep, can we play the national anthem? Because they are our event partners, Cisne, who have made it possible with a seamless. Thank you, Deep and Harini and the entire team. Can we have the national anthem, please?
మేము ట్రాఫిక్ రూల్స్ పాటించమన్నా వారికి ఫైన్స్ వేసినా అది ప్రజల సేఫ్టీ కోసమే. అందుకని మా వైపు ఆలోచించి మా ఉద్దేశాన్ని అర్థం చేసుకొని ట్రాఫిక్ రూల్స్ పాటిస్తే అదే మాకు ఇచ్చే గౌరవం.
मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है कि मुझे एक मरीज की केयर करने का मौका मिला है. मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा इट्स ट्रू रिस्पेक्ट कि मैं उनको जान बचाने का, इनकी देखभाल करने का मौका मिला.
As transgender women, we must try hard and learn to grab and harness opportunities. This requires courage. Courage is what we must own. Only then shall we earn the respect of the society.
मैं वुमन ड्राइवर हूँ ना, इसलिए कस्टमर मुझसे अच्छे से व्यवहार करते हैं एंड एंकरेजमेंट भी देते हैं. दैट इज माय रेस्पेक्ट.
I work for water conservation and I work a lot with communities for water conservation. ఒక మస్జిద్లో దాని పక్కన ఉన్న వెల్ రెస్టరేషన్ చేసినందుకు in the masjid in prayers they pray for my family for a couple of minutes అని masjid sadar చెప్పినప్పుడు that was amazing sort of respect I felt for my work, because social work చేసినప్పుడు nobody gives you that kind of respect, but praying for my family as a masjid and in the prayers they speak about me and my family and the work. That was I don't think అది మామూలు రెస్పెక్ట్ కాదు. It was amazing.
పేషెంట్కి ఎగ్జామిన్ చేయడానికి మాకు కొంచెం సమయం పడుతుంది. సో బయట వెయిట్ చేసే పేషెంట్స్ కొంచెం మాకు సపోర్ట్ చేస్తే దట్ విల్ ఓన్లీ ఐ ఫీల్ లైక్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు మీ.
Respect to me is about care and courage. At Invesco, we believe in building a psychologically safe environment where employees can speak up and heard.
నా దగ్గర చదువుకున్నటువంటి పిల్లలు తమ జీవితాలలో ఉన్నత స్థాయికి ఎదిగి వాళ్ళకి ఆ స్థానానికి రావడానికి కారణము మా టీచరే అని నన్ను గనుక గుర్తిస్తే నాకు చాలా గౌరవప్రదంగా ఉంటుంది.
In the police, it is our duty to help people. There's a lot of hard work that goes on behind the scenes to accomplish the task. So when people come back and tell us thank you and acknowledge the work that we are doing, it feels encouraged, we feel encouraged, and that is the respect that we're looking for.
మేము ట్రాఫిక్ రూల్స్ పాటించమన్నా వారికి ఫైన్స్ వేసినా అది ప్రజల సేఫ్టీ కోసమే. అందుకని మా వైపు ఆలోచించి మా ఉద్దేశాన్ని అర్థం చేసుకొని ట్రాఫిక్ రూల్స్ పాటిస్తే అదే మాకు ఇచ్చే గౌరవం.
मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है कि मुझे एक मरीज की केयर करने का मौका मिला है. मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा ट्रू रिस्पेक्ट की मैं उनको जान बचाने का इनकी देखभाल करने का मौका मिला.
As transgender women, we must try hard and learn to grab and harness opportunities. This requires courage. Courage is what we must own. Only then shall we earn the respect of the society.
मैं वुमन ड्राइवर हूँ ना, इसलिए कस्टमर मुझसे अच्छे से व्यवहार करते हैं एंड एंकरेजमेंट भी देते हैं. दैट इज माय रेस्पेक्ट.
I work for water conservation and I work a lot with communities for water conservation. ఒక మస్జిద్లో దాని పక్కన ఉన్న వెల్ రెస్టరేషన్ చేసినందుకు in the masjid in prayers they pray for my family for a couple of minutes అని masjid sadar చెప్పినప్పుడు that was amazing sort of respect I felt for my work, because social work చేసినప్పుడు nobody gives you that kind of respect, but praying for my family as a masjid and in the prayers they speak about me and my family and the work, that was I don't think అది మామూలు రెస్పెక్ట్ కాదు. It was amazing.
పేషెంట్కి ఎగ్జామిన్ చేయడానికి మాకు కొంచెం సమయం పడుతుంది. సో బయట వెయిట్ చేసే పేషెంట్స్ కొంచెం మాకు సపోర్ట్ చేస్తే దట్ విల్ ఓన్లీ ఐ ఫీల్ లైక్ రెస్పెక్ట్ టు మీ.
Respect to me is about care and courage. At Invesco, we believe in building a psychologically safe environment where employees can speak up and heard.
నా దగ్గర చదువుకున్నటువంటి పిల్లలు తమ జీవితాలలో ఉన్నత స్థాయికి ఎదిగి వాళ్ళకి ఆ స్థానానికి రావడానికి కారణము మా టీచరే అని నన్ను గనుక గుర్తిస్తే నాకు చాలా గౌరవప్రదంగా ఉంటుంది.
In the police, it is our duty to help people. There's a lot of hard work that goes on behind the scenes to accomplish the task. So when people come back and tell us thank you and acknowledge the work that we are doing, it feels encouraged, we feel encouraged, and that is the respect that we're looking for.
మేము ట్రాఫిక్ రూల్స్ పాటించమన్నా వారికి ఫైన్స్ వేసినా అది ప్రజల సేఫ్టీ కోసమే. అందుకని మా వైపు ఆలోచించి మా ఉద్దేశాన్ని అర్థం చేసుకొని ట్రాఫిక్ రూల్స్ పాటిస్తే అదే మాకు ఇచ్చే గౌరవం.
मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है कि मुझे एक मरीज की केयर करने का मौका मिला है. दैन मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा इस चीज़ से ट्रू रिस्पेक्ट की मैं उनको जान बचाने का इनकी देखभाल करने का मौका मिला.
As transgender women, we must try hard and learn to grab and harness opportunities. This requires courage. Courage is what we must own. Only then shall we earn the respect of the society.